welcome to the ESL Masters America's Grand Final, the second day of the final week of play. We are getting ready to head into this day of games, but before we do, I want to introduce you to myself. I am Porosaurus, your host. I know you can get confused because we got a guy over there, but I'm being joined by Analyst Godspeed and Toffees here today as well. Godspeed, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. This is a little bit of a switch up from what I normally used to, but I'm excited to get inside of Steve's mind.
No, you're not.
I am too. I'm excited to get silently judged for my hosting by Steve this entire time.
I would never. It is I, Toffees, and I am excited to be here. I'm a big fan of your analyst work, and I hope I can do something equally justifiable.
Probably better.
Hey, man, probably better. We're going to have fun here today on this desk, but we're going to have more fun in the games. But let's take a look at the format real quick to see how we got from all the way back there to all the way here. Started off about a month ago now, Dustin, and we've gotten all the way to this grand final week.
Absolutely. Started off a month ago, as you said, 128 plus teams in multiple regions. Obviously, we joined both regions when it comes to the end, and that's what we're at today. We have 16 of the best teams, both regions represented, and it's been grueling, man. But the one caveat is that we're back to points rule, baby, and I'm sure all these teams feel way better about going through those qualifiers with that.
Absolutely. Well, there you go. You can see what they're fighting for. In addition to a prize pool, which we'll touch on briefly, but this is PGC Qualification Points, Toffees.
I mean, this is the big payoff, especially for the Masters. Opening your season with 200 points, honestly, with any points, is going to be big as the path to PGC continues to pave itself. Teams need to start strong, especially some of our teams who find themselves in the middle of the pack. Honestly, the difference of a couple placements could be a huge boon to whether or not they go to PGC at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point. I mean, it's not just the top of the leaderboard that matters, as we saw before last year. All those 5 points here and there can make all the difference. So here's your prize pool, $50,000, split all the way down to 16th. Obviously, first place taking home the grandest chunk of change, $12,500. Right now, Sonics in the lead, Godspeed.
Sonics have absolutely started to bring it back to the form in which we are used to, and to be honest, I'm not really surprised. I mean, I was hearing some doubt, even maybe on a desk or two, maybe a week ago, that maybe Sonics aren't in the form that they were, and this and that. I just think it took them a little time to get used to the lobby as well. We heard Wynn talk about it. These lobbies can be kind of random, can be very weird, especially when you bring in another region with teams that you haven't been playing against. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised. Sonic's on top. I mean, they've pretty much dominated our region at least all of last year. I don't really see why they wouldn't do it again. However, I mean, we'll talk about it as well. There's some teams in here that can definitely challenge that.
Well, let's take a look at some of those teams that may be challenging it here. As Toffees, we're going to take a look at all of our teams, do a little recap here of how we got to today. And let's start it off there.
Let's kick off with the team in 7th place. They were at first when we started play yesterday, and that just tells you either your choice. Is it performance or is it a sign of how close the lobbies are? SDK has been strong. They are getting stronger. I expect them to climb today. Gas Cans are starting today in 6th place, but Gas Cans have been improving. We've seen some great moments from them. Waikikamukow has shown up on numerous highlight reels, and I think we'll continue to do so. Synergy Esports, they won their region to get here. They started with an incredible day one. Capitan, a huge signing, but since then, it has been a flat line. Let's see if they can pick it back up. Now, a team that has picked it up is Dodge, as they've risen to 4th. They've worked hard, and on the back, in particular, of this guy right here. Ethan has hit amazing shots, made amazing plays, and if he does what he did yesterday, today, look for him to be in the top 2.
Absolutely, and of course we have E United. I mean, this has been a roster that came in formerly Oath. They now have added Flood to their team, and I mean, they started with an absolute bang. Things have sizzled up just a little bit, but I'm not worried about E United. I mean, these guys mechanically as 4 are disgusting. Relo has been an amazing shot caller. Looking forward to them moving forward. Bing Bang Boon, another team we're very used to, formerly SSG. I mean, these guys, they had a great showing at PGC, and even now I feel like they've started off stronger this year at least than they did last year. I really like this roster. To be honest, I think that Sharpshot as well is starting to come back into form of what we've seen from before. Sharpshot used to be one of the best players, starting to get back there. And of course, the Sonics. I mean, I just talked about them at the top of the show. These guys were basically world beaters in our region. They went international, and although they didn't find as much success there. I still feel that they played really well. They just couldn't close out games in that format. Now moving to this format, it seems like there is a little bit of adjustment once again. But again, Sonics, I'm not worried about this team, and I'm fairly certain they're going to dominate.
I think.
All right, take a breath. Take a breath. Calm down. Calm down.
It was a lot.
All right, we got to get through all that there. Toffee said, "No, you gotta have a response here to Sonics." Yeah?
Well, I think Sonics is an Godspeed brings up a really good point, and Sonics is a good example that those top teams are going through adjustment periods. I mean, they spent the entire last year in this chicken dinner format. Maybe some of the others had more breaks, more time to just go out and frag out and didn't have to like play sort of in that box of go for the win every single time. So maybe that is why STKs and Sonics and some of these other teams have had slow starts. I am not as positive as Godspeed is after PGC. I think if you're one of those doubters on the Sonics, you can feel okay about it, even if they make a comeback, because PGC was not what anybody in the world expect. I mean, literally, the video for the finals at PGC featured the Sonics because even the production team in Korea was like, these dudes are going to be top 5 for sure. So don't feel bad if you distrusted them, but give them their due when they come through today.
You should feel horrible.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, hey, I will say, as far as I'm concerned, I'm firmly in the camp of just knocking the rust off. It's fine. We got to take a look at the top 7 right there. Let's take a look at the overall leader or lobby. Really, here you go. All the other teams involved here. Now we talked about the top 7. Toffees, anybody, or I guess Godspeed, anybody that's kind of like outside of that top couple, maybe that you're looking to make a big jump here today?
And I'll talk about them again later, but Rumblers, man. Rumblers is sitting currently, if I'm not mistaken, in 12th place. I mean, they are under Just Too Easy, 22 Esports. I mean, I really feel like that's a team that should at the very least be, in the top 8, but for whatever reason, they just cannot bring it together. They struggled a bit last year as well. Obviously, flashes of brilliance. This roster is incredibly talented, but yeah, just synergy doesn't seem to be there.
If I'm going to look at anybody outside that top 7, I mean, Yahoo's at 8. They're close in points. I think they have unique challenges considering they have a very diverse team in terms of regional representation. But if they can start to get handle on how to work together, Shinboy, Poonage, Hyruz, and Sparking, these are good players, and I expect them to have a come up. I also am going to keep an eye, real quick, Poro, on 22 and Just Too Easy. These teams, I don't know if they went and got their DNR license or something because they spend all of their time camping, and I don't know if that's going to work as we go into these final 10 games with a tall order ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, man. It's starting to look like some of these Latin American teams just a little bit outclassed in this lobby, especially when you're starting to get to the late game. But I know that that's not always the case. We saw that last year, Godspeed, where, Trogloditas, Furia, all these teams that were well handled and well suited to take fights to these other North American squads, just not doing it so far. Do you think they're maybe stuck in this MC mindset maybe a little bit?
I think it's a combination of potentially, again, switching from the MC to the points format and also just this lobby. This lobby has not been easy really for any of the teams, right? Like even Sonics in first place or United Bing Bang Boom, these teams in the top 3. STK even was in first before, I believe, yesterday. All these teams have had to adjust and had to get used to the lobby as well as, again, playing in a different format, making different decisions on that behalf. So I think, again, it's probably just an adjustment period, but as far as the LATAM teams, I do feel like their showing has been much weaker than what we expected, to be honest.
I agree. I think the North American lobbies have gotten, though the North American teams have gotten stronger in my opinion, and that's part of the issue maybe as well. We see North American players maybe took last year off, coming back out of retirement and showing that they've still got the chops. And I don't know if Latin America was ready for sort of the 10 that North America sent because they have really been strong.
Well, we have a few, most of them. We have a few teams to watch. Obviously, that's something that we like to talk about every single time here as we go forward through the day. Who are our teams that we're going to be watching here on the desk? I'm going to start off with Gas Cans. I think they're sitting right in that good, sweet spot where they haven't let the leaders get too far away from them. They're still within striking distance, and I don't think we've seen them pop off the way they're capable yet. Godspeed, who do you got?
For me, it's like I said earlier, it's the Rumblers. I really want to see this team actually, start to make some of the plays that team was known for. You know what I mean? I mean, they were very aggressive. We played edge, and they're just losing fights and they're losing members early, right? Which is costing them game after game. And so today, I feel like, especially with the finish that they had yesterday, maybe the Rumblers are going to bring it back. So I'm watching that, and I'm hoping for a good day for the Rumblers.
Nice.
Toffees?
I'm going to watch the same team I've been watching, but the reasons have changed. I'm going to watch Synergy. They started really strong in first place. They had a great day one, and then they went from playing a game where they were like, we're playing with house money, we just want to do really well, to playing defensively. The last couple of days has been frustrating to watch. It's like they pulled their strikers and added an extra goalie, and it's just not really working. The other thing with them is they're in fifth place right now, which is 65 PGC points. If they can climb 1 or 2 spots, which is not a lot of points, that's like a 95-point PGC get, which we know could be the difference between going and not going to PGC. So I'm watching them because there's a lot on the line for these teams in the middle in terms of earn, and I hope that they give up the defensive posture and go all out, because if you do worse, you lose less than you would gain if you do better, right? So like, take the risk. You're losing maybe 10 PGC points versus gaining 25 or 30. Just my opinion.
I think you bring up a great point, honestly, like, because when you think about Latin America does get that regional spot guaranteed, even if it takes a little bit longer for Latin America to kind of get back to the level of play that some of these North American teams are getting to, if it takes too long, that's going to cost them a lot of PGC points or PGC point probability. So Synergy trying to even get a couple more spots up here could be absolutely huge. Well, we are waiting to get everybody into the lobby to get us into our first game. Godspeed. So we've got, what are we doing? Are we doing 3 Erangel, 2 Mirimar today? Is that, I think that's
I
what
believe
we're
starting with Erangel today, yeah.
Okay. So given that we're doing the 3 Erangels, how do you feel about, I guess I'll touch back to Rumblers. They've got, you're talking about them, they've got a lot of climbing to do, man. Like, that is, they are well down on that right side of the leaderboard. So I got to ask, like, what is it about them that you think that can really, is it the addition of Corsac? Is it Los? What is it?
No, I think Corsac's been great for that roster, right? I think also Valiant has been great for that roster. Again, the mechanical skill and talent on that team is very, very high. The problem is it's just not coming together, right? Like, we'll see Valiant do Valiant things where he'll go off, he'll try to get as much information as possible, maybe be that off angle for them, but he will tend to go down early, or they'll just lose someone like Waldo in rotations, and it's just like for whatever reason, the macro of that team is not as solid as it was before, and I don't necessarily think that it's a problem with any of the members. I just think as a whole, they're not coming together. So I'm just, again, hoping that changes today. And then even to kind of touch on Synergy and Steve's pick there, it was a great pick. The first day they did absolutely amazing. They came out strong, but it seems as though that their macro control that they had before and the way that they were able to slide in circle and then just get these really good spots and capitalize, they're not doing that anymore. And as Steve said, they're playing much more passive, and they're not taking the positions or going for the really strong positions they were going for and fighting for those positions as well. The first day we saw them fight off numerous teams in some of the best spots in the circle. That has not been the case. They've been losing those fights. And it's almost similar to the Rumblers. They've been losing members like in early rotations, and that's just not going to lead anywhere good.
It's fear. I mean, the reality is day one, they took those fights, right? Because they know this spot wins the game. Now they're going to second or third options, and they're still going late. Like, they're getting into the top 4. I respect the placement point strategy, I suppose. But, no viewers like, man, I really want to watch that M19. Like, I want to watch that slow burn where it's not exciting. And I get what they're doing, but it's not great. I mean, it's akin to 22. We saw 22 in 2 big final circles yesterday. And to their credit, they have been getting more aggressive in the late game. But they are also following this philosophy of, let's just go to middle. Let's hope this compound works out. And then if we're the final 3, maybe we'll take a chance for a third party. And I don't think that's going to pay off dividends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's playing, not playing to win, but playing not to lose.
Yes,
and that's. I think we touched on that yesterday in the green room, maybe a little bit, but that's almost what it feels like. Well, while we're waiting for this lobby to fill up, let's take a brief look at some of your individual top performers. I know we got kills and damage leaders. Let's take a look at that. There, kill leaders. Ethan, who's that kid? Godspeed. Who is he?
Ethan absolutely popped off, and he's been around for a while, but I really feel like this might be his year. If this is the way that he's going to start out, right? I mean, that what is there really to not say about Ethan and his performance yesterday, especially with the and just the fact that he was a boon, and Cherry as well. Got to give a huge shout out to Cherry coming back and being a huge impact, even though he's not on the kill leaders here. But I really feel like Ethan and Cherry are going to potentially just kind of propel Dodge forward.
I think, we saw Cameron cover him with a blanket of praise yesterday, and I think it was well-deserved. The idea
it was.
That he was hitting some incredible shots, made some incredible plays, but also, what a confidence builder, Godspeed, to, kill leaders pops up, and not only are you, on the board with guys like Tiggleton and Shrimsy and Roth, who have been playing very, very well lately, you're leading that. That's got to really give you sort of a in the backside as you start the day.
And that's
like
not
a kick in the bum.
And this is not a knock on Ethan at all, but I don't think he's ever been up there, right, on the top of the leaderboards like that as far as kill leaders. And so to see him up there now, I think is wonderful, and I'm really glad that he's able to at least show a good performance. And now what I want to see is, can he keep that going forward, right? Can he maybe not be the kill leader every single event or every single lobby, but can he at the very least be in the conversation for that? Can he build on this momentum? And I think if he continues to grind and shows performances like this, yeah, he absolutely could be in that conversation.
There you go. Let's take a look at the maps that we have today. See them there on the bottom of your screen. 3 Erangel, followed by 2 Mirimar, for a total of 5 games today to set us up for our final day tomorrow. Toffees, do you think any team in particular is looking at 3 Erangel and thinking this is where we get our most points?
Not necessarily. I think if anything, there's maybe some teams that are looking at it and going, oh, good old faithful. I don't think they're saying we're going to get our points, but if there's a map that you want to feel that any player in PUBG feels comfortable on, it's these 3 maps. So if you're feeling like you got reeled yesterday, you don't understand what happened, this is a good 3 maps to start with, because Old Faithful, Old Standby, rotations are very, I don't want to say honest, but they are consistent. Most teams know what they're going to do. They know their timing, and there's not a bunch of people hiding in cracks to jump out and ruin you. So I think that this is a great place to start for teams that are in the middle.
Well, guys, we are just about ready to get into those games, but we want to tell you that 2022 is going to be jam-packed with PUBG esports action. Take some notes, because your next chance of showing off your skills is right now. Registration is open for the PCS 6 America's Open Qualifiers. Round 1 starts on March 9th, and registration closes on the 7th. So make sure you sign up now. More details can be found at na.pubgesports.com. So go check that out right now. Get your team together and get ready to go for PCS 6. But we are ready to go into Game 1 right now. So don't go anywhere. We are ready to throw you over to your casters for the day. It's going to be Hypoc and Clover.
Thank you so much, Poro, Godspeed, and Toffee. As you heard, it's me, Clover, and Hypoc. It's been a hot minute since we've casted together, but I'm really excited because it is the penultimate day now of the ESL Masters, and things have been close all weekend long, and it still looks like we might have that today. Is there any team that has been on your radar, whether they're doing great, whether they've been underperforming, or you think that they're just going to run away with it today?
I mean, I still have my 2 horses in from the get-go. It's Bing Bang Boom and STK. Those were the 2 that I called on day 1. I've still got my eyes on them. STK a little flaky, so I guess the trend continues, but I'm still pulling through. I mean, Bing Bang Boom come from strength to strength, so that's nothing but positives on that side.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, 10 games left, and that is more than enough for one of these teams to run away with it.
Big chunk, yeah.
Yeah, and, everybody has bad days. Some people really had a good day yesterday, and I think the big problem, too, is with this leaderboard having so many point sponges, it's kind of given some teams a little bit maybe of a harder time to run away with it. But, as you said, Bing Bang Boom definitely found a way to do that yesterday, as well as Sonics that finally feel like they've clicked, come together. H1 said that, PGC definitely changed the way that they played, but he thinks in a better way because they are playing to win. Personally, I think that they are still struggling with some of those placement points and the way that they've been able to find the late game, but that obviously has not stopped their fragging power.
No, it hasn't. I think as well, once Sonics, I said this in actually last weekend, if they can kind of get back to their comfort zone. Speaking of comfort zones, actually a repeat of a similar circle we actually had last weekend as well. I think we had the end. I think it was when me and Cameron were casting the group stage. Actually, I might be mistaken, but we had one actually end just outside northwest of the apps in North George. So fingers crossed. But right. I guess familiar territory for the lobby. But yeah, just come back to Sosa. I was talking about them getting back to their comfort zone, which is kind of just, the real basic version is doing what they want, right? Is literally just roaming around, taking fights where I guess other teams will feel it's a little unorthodox and unexpected, but that's where Sonics honestly thrive, because the mechanical skill and the team play on that roster is really where they shine. And
Absolutely, and I
being
think
unable
too,
to get that kind of initiated in the first week, I think led to, like Shrimsy dying early and playing as three. Those were all things that kind of test the mental, right, in terms of the strat book.
Absolutely. And I mean, as well, now that we're back in the North American lobby, Sonics are getting to play in their home turf. I think that was a big thing that caught them off guard, that they were really playing catch up in PGC after they got pushed out of Pachinki, out of Picado, which are the areas that they have been so dominantly playing from in North America, and even sometimes in an international when they get that opportunity to play there. So to be challenged and to not win any of those challenges, I think not only surprised everybody, but kind of surprised the Sonics. And it's great to see them comfortable back in their home turf here in Pachinki. But I mean, as you say, we've really got a great shakeup on rosters for North America. We've been saying this for years, that this region has absolutely grown and exploded in terms of talent and performance, not only here at the North American level, but at the international level. And I'm already excited with what I'm seeing here at ESL with the way that the rosters are, not just with Sonics, Bing Bang Boom, E United with their roster switch up. Dodge is really looking great in form. I think that was a team that I was a little concerned about because that roster had a huge shakeup after what I felt was a fairly successful year last year.
Yeah, and I mean, me and Paul were talking about this the other day. The return of Cherry was one that was it could have gone either way. I think that's fair to say. I think actually Cherry would probably agree with that statement, right? It's difficult to take some time away from comp and slot back in, and I guess the expectation be the same, but. I mean, there are other storylines there to talk with Dodge. They find themselves in 4th place overall right now. Which is kind of amazing to me. And I don't mean that to really throw any shade at the individuals on that roster, but I guess the glow up with a tweak. We'll call it a tweak, right? Because on
Sure.
paper, we're looking at fairly similar ability, right? It's not to say, Cherry hasn't ever really been a superstar player for any other roster. There's been questions over, how well he slots into a team unit, but it seems to be working, right? And how heavy Dodge are leaning on that. It's not necessarily visible, but I mean, what they're doing is working.
Yeah, and I mean, I would mirror that too, because as you say, we've seen, not even just Cherry, but other players that right now I feel like are having a lot of success on teams, play in other teams, and what the desk kind of said, about the team's overall macro level together, and whether or not it's clicking, whether or not that everybody's bringing to the table what somebody needs. Godspeed talked about that with the Rumblers, which is something I would agree, and I think that these are fantastic individual players that have a lot of experience, but when one of them gets taken down or one person kind of gets taken out of play, it seems like the team isn't as strong as we would expect from them, especially where we've seen in previous iterations from players on, we had, let's see, Duel, we've had Wildcard, and gosh, there's so many variations of all these teams, right? They're people have all played together. But on that same note, sending people off to an international. We got 2 internationals this year, which was great after that break from PGC 2019. And we've seen players spend more time in international scrims. They're playing in APAC. They're playing in Korea. They're playing in Europe. And I think that that's really strengthening the North American, not only play style globally, but also locally. And then obviously the inclusion of South America coming in to make the Americas regions last season and now pulling in. I mean, you heard H1 say it during the interview that it has changed the way that they play this lobby when we get these mixed lobbies like we are seeing here at the Grand Finals.
Because we are seeing people just about get situated now. I mean, really a couple of teams outside the circle. Again, expecting a lot of people to hold on to something for Circle 1. Again, wait to see where Circle 2 pops. So a couple of these high priority. I actually see Sonics heading straight towards Bing Bang Boom here. You see that on the mini-map. And here, Rumblers look like they're getting into it with Nootropic as well in rotation. Lampala actually going to find Waldo here in transition.
All right, Los might be in a position to help protect a little bit if Newt can continue to drive on. No, Lampalata is just going to make sure that he drives right over Waldo. So that's not really a safe place to stop, and you can see exactly why Colton really pinned down from Los HD, but is actually able to connect here, finds the knock, but nobody is able to support. That is 2 members down very quickly for the Rumblers.
Yeah, and this is, I mean, we're literally just talking about this, right? You lose a couple of key components from that team, and again, not really one that can get too much done as a duo. Sonics actually, I guess, figured out there was a little bit of presence here, but they're now bouncing from team to team. They're going to send it back towards Q, but I'm not sure if they're even aware this has been backfilled. Tiggleton Gonna take a boatload of damage on the
they
way.
know
He's
now.
actually gonna get knocked.
Yeah, underdogs with 2 players here inside Cube. The other 2 are up the hill just to the north, out of sight. So it's really going to be up to the 2 members here to hold true. It looks like the Sonics aren't going to bother. They're going to go ahead and accept now as a 3-man and look for a new place to put down. As good as Cube can be in this instance, I mean, this is not an early fight you want to take, especially after losing one that quickly. And I mean, you guys can see an overview of the map. There's a lot of water into play. The river is cut through the south, and when we get halfway through the game, that phase 4 shift, it pulls away from water. It'll pull away from the water to the north. It should pull away from the bay and Georgia Pole, and also pull away from the river. So most teams are trying to set up with that in mind, being centered around where the best coverage is, but at the same time, they're also avoiding areas like the plane path, right? You don't want to be in a spot like that.
I think what's important here is, like I said, is find some form of safety here to see that circle too. Speaking of safety, actually SDK with a little bit of a bridge camp set up. Not too much damage comes through. Penta actually finally will find the first haste 10, will flush it out for good measure. They can just break line of sight here. No Vinny. Gonna get found out there. Kurt will find the second.
It's a really dangerous road right now, and I mean, interesting to see a good bridge camp here for Shoot to Kill. They do land that South George position, and Troglodytes pulled out of North George pretty quickly to take the hillside, so catching 22 off guard. They've still got a couple of other teams coming into rotation from the south. Potential gas cans might be the next to fall for this trap, as well as the Young Kings, who still need to work their way, but the circle has not closed yet. We might still see it hold on to Everest and South George a little bit longer, and as you can see as well, Sonic's...
What?
Oh,
are they
all right.
doing? They're literally just driving around right now. Mimes actually get separated now from H1 and Shrimsy. And again, I mean, the game plan should have been to find some safety for Circle 1, because this is really, I mean, you've already mentioned it, right? This is the sort of circle you want to play towards. Obviously, Circle 2 showing and then the water shift. So really not one that you want any sort of early engagement on. You can really call that a little overzealous on Sonic's part, but they've got themselves to the plane crash at least now, which surprisingly enough, with all this movement across the map, was still unoccupied for the time being.
Well, and two, speaking of the map feed, for all of you who are watching on Twitch, don't forget there is a dedicated map feed keeping up with the broadcast in real time. So you can head over to twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map. You can have all the rotation information at your fingertips. We're watching the map feed, and you guys can too. And speaking of, there we go, circle shift. Oh, all right, you know, that is going to eliminate most of the water, but that northern chunk, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto people. I mean, what do you do in this situation, Hypoc, when you've got the open fields and water into play on a phase 2 like this?
Well, I mean, there's probably going to be a couple of teams settle for North George here. You can, I guess, percentage-wise, play towards hoping it's going to be a field ending, right? So you can already see SDK looking to move Alo up to a key position, actually, kind of a late-game access position there. Yahoo actually had a little bit of a split from Crossroads over towards the north as well, but Bang Boom now actually crossing paths with Sonics once again. Has to find a little bit of damage, but Bing Bang Boom don't want to entertain it at all. They might even cross paths with Nootropic as well, actually, heading themselves along the North Road. This could get bloody up here on the North Road. I'm seeing actually 4 or 5 teams looking as if they want to make moves west.
See, I think a lot of people have the same idea of where they want to put down, and that's
Roth.
what makes these so dangerous. You see Shrimsy right now getting shots onto Roth there for Bing Bang Boom. He's gotten down to about half HP. Roth trying his best to get away. And look at this BBG also driving right into them. Keenan doesn't quite have time to get back into his car yet, just waiting for Vegas to come in. 2 knocks, Badger and Vegas both taken down. Balefrost and Hikerman not giving up just yet. Look at Hikerman. He's actually coming in for the push here. Might be hoping to find some kind of a res, but the nades are out for Keenan. He's going to go ahead and confirm Vegas.
Actually, a little bit of third-party damage coming in from Sonics as well. Balefrost got a response here, but Roth looking to reinforce, close out this team fight, but by gamers will be eliminated here. Sonics still trying to put some damage down from the south. You can see the traces coming through here. Keenan, Roth just down to literally just a lick of HP.
I mean, that's a Hail Mary res if I've ever seen one. And you can see Shrimsy, as you said, the Sonics third-partying this from a far win in the minimap, looking for a better angle onto Old List. But I mean, the high ground, right? You've talked about field and the potential for a field inning. It's these hills all around the field that a lot of teams are trying to set up for, because if you can dominate that position and hold it through the rest of the game, that really puts you in a good spot. But you have to be careful because, as we've seen here, everybody really wants those. And so you have to be really, in terms of utility and ammo, ready for a long fight because it's not going to let up.
Rumblers, their problems continue now. The last, oh no, did he hit the street? A little bit of a spin out, but might be able to get away. Actually, no shots landing here from the Young Kings at all. Just a little bit of pressure. Force them to change direction. And one actually with an M16. That's optimistic, but I would have loved to have seen it.
This is kind of an interesting rotation. I mean, they went very wide and in the blue to get here. The problem is right now you've got Rumblers and Gas Cans with that similar rotation, and Roth, all right, a little bit of revenge from those shots coming out from Sonic Sir. You can see, though, Ragnar Lotti is going to steal that kill onto Mime, and Mime wasting no time with this. That car is not
Roth.
doing good.
Yep, you got to get out, buddy.
Oh, just in the nick of time, too. Can he make it? There's hardly any cover. That rock is only going to help him so much. You can see he does have Oldless in the area to provide a little bit of cover fire, but still a risky maneuver here as we wait now for the blue to move again, see where phase 3 is going to take us. Still a lot of water to play, but we are going to pull away from the fields. That's good news for a lot of teams.
Well, you say good news, actually, because that hill it's not really controllable at this stage of the game. There's way too many sight lines from afar here, so anything kind of north of Troglodytes, it's very difficult for a team to maintain control of that. So that's a large chunk of center circle. Considering we know where the next one's going to pull to, away from this water, this is actually really, really tricky. A very, very edge-heavy, at least mid-game here, going to follow that circle pop. But yeah, quite a few teams need to make moves pretty quickly. And there's not an awful lot to play, honestly, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, I think, just too easy to have both the bunker and one of the few compounds in. United also with the bunker.
Yeah. There's
not much else. I think Yahoo have what's kind of left of the crossroads in that warehouse on the far side, and I think part of the house as well. But Newt with the coastline, Dodge with the coastline. As you said, once that water shifts away there in Circle 4, they're going to have to reposition as well. So while we've got 54 alive, 15 teams alive, that number is going to drop dramatically within the next phase or two.
United looking to reorganize themselves over on the east side, I guess, to try and trap anybody looking to wrap past the shooting range. There's actually gas cans just to the south of them. You hear actually Synergy trying to run the gauntlet, heading straight towards Troglodytes. It's going to lose a little bit of speed as well. It's going to cost them a little bit, but actually the underdog's trailing them here. They're pretty much shadowing in rotation. Like I said, I'm not sure where they're planning to pull up because there's not a lot of options here.
It looks like they might have found a shack, but you can see Pippa already is not happy. Obviously taken by BBB, and it looks like they're getting shot pretty much in every direction. I mean, I could just sit here and name off of half the map as terms of how close this is. I mean, the mini-map alone is just giving you guys an example for the fact that Pippa has nowhere to go.
And this is effectively a blind send. There's a real lack of information with how far out south they've had to come from. I'm actually surprised, I'm almost gobsmacked to still see Pippa's not been knocked, to be honest.
Let's see, execs out with the shots. Troglodytes, I mean, when we talked about earlier how the fact that Troglodytes were on this hill, and you even called attention to it too, about how difficult this is to hold, it's because it is the prime location, but this early in the game, we don't typically see the circle center up on it, right? That's usually a phase 5, phase 6, and the fighting's a little bit easier and the lobby's a bit smaller, but 53 players alive. Troglodytes not only holding it from the Young Kings, underdogs still in the area, and it could be even a potential as this fight goes on that we might see Synergy try and backfill at that position, so it's just more reason why they've got to be successful in this fight in the hopes that other people will push back away. But you can see kill feed is exploding right now, and that's from multiple teams fighting all along the edge. The circle, though, it has shifted. It is going to pull away from the water, and it's centered up right here on the hill. So we're going to end this in a King of the Hill fashion.
I'm not really sure about Troglodytes' logic here, but that literally is the worst compound on Erangel, in my eyes. It's so difficult to come out of. Now they've got themselves in a position where they've given up the high ground. Actually, underdogs and Synergy have both found space up there, so I'm not sure what the next step is for them. I'll have to keep an eye on that.
And you can see Win Now using a tree for cover. SLR is out, hoping to see if he can find Corsac before Corsac finds him. Both players need to hurry up. 20 seconds. This blue will move. It's phase 4. They are not inside the zone yet. Win. Last member of Sonic's just going to pull back away, try to rotate on foot. The problem is he's rotating right into the Troglodytas. Meanwhile, gas cans. I mean, we were worried. We were watching this rotation come in. 3 teams all along the edge here on the eastern side. You can see gas cans with that high ground. Is going to connect just a bit to Keenan. Has not found the knock-in. Young Kings, actually from range. They're parting this.
Yeah, United actually finding some damage on the back as well. Adam going to fall to kickstart. Greg shot about 20 HP now. Desperate to try and close this out, but it's just not feasible right now. You can see actually it's from afar. It's going to be Wycuz to find it. Bing Bang Boom will be eliminated, but United might be the benefactors of all this scrapping on the east side here. Got a window of opportunity actually to watch this circle close and be in a position to punish gas cans from the very position they've just eliminated Bing Bang Boom from.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of safety up from that hill, and you can see gas cans still trying not to fully give up that position. In fact, Greg shot trying to reposition first. This is just out of the line of sight from Young Kings down the hill, as well as E United. So now they'll be able to gatekeep if they can get the other member along with them, which I believe is Niku's. So Greg shot Niku's, the last one still up, but all of United, all 4 members of United alive and outside of the zone. Flood a little bit late to transfer in. On the opposite side of the circle, another fight that's been going on for just a bit. Newt and Yahoo. It looks like Newt is just going to pull away from this. They were on the coast earlier. They tried to come in to Yahoo's compound. Yahoo said that is not happening, but the problem for Newt is there's so much open grounds. This rotation's going to hurt them, and even once they're done, I mean, I don't know where they're going to go.
Their Corsac will show his hand. We'll find a knock. Nikos will fall to the blue. Wycuz will scoop up the final kill on Rumblers, eliminating them in 14th. Greg shot now. He's going to make a mad dash towards something. Again, he knows Young Kings are down here, potentially actually pulling himself into harm's way in terms of utility. Anybody's going to flex out of that shack just yet. Does have the benefit of the circle shifting back this way. Lampola actually will find a drive-by here. Paragua going to fall.
And you can see, Lampola, though, not a safe spot to be. 22, Hazeton spots him out here. You can see Hello Senpai trying to figure out how to reposition here. It's not a safe place for Rez. Smokes are out, though. They're going to attempt this. Now in throwable range. Synergy getting involved, and Nootropic lying prone, hoping to catch a member off guard as they breach the hill. Plenty of smokes down right now. Hello Senpai trying to see if he can spot out other members. Paragua shoot flushed out now. Newt continuing to melt down members here of SG. Is that low quicks? Low quicks are just too easy. Looks like in the shack just across the hill. So the only compound that's really left, we've got a small shed, and it's occupied right now by Just Too Easy.
Actually, Yo will make a little hop towards the circle. Get themselves in a position. Actually, Nootropic just taking fire from all angles right now. That split looking so good. Actually, it's going to be Pippa to find 2 of those. Nootropic will be eliminated here. That will ease a little bit of the congestion towards the center, at least. SDK still need to make it in from the west. Underdog still riding out at high ground next to the lodge. Troglodyta still down on the south side, although they have the benefit of being on the short side of this next shift. And only really, a solo and a duo to deal with in those sets. So actually, Troglodytes might do the unthinkable here and play out of that compound.
I think the big thing that's happening right now is that underdogs aren't playing overly aggressive, and that gave Troglodytes the opportunity to leave. Because you're right, I mean, especially if there's a team sitting on that hill, it is such a dangerous place to leave.
Without vehicles as well.
Yeah.
Like, that's the crazy thing.
I think underdogs have just really distracted by this fight that's happening here between 22 and Shoot to Kill. Balkan, last one still up on his toes, has no choice but to run for zone. That means through Shoot to Kill and Yahoo. Underdogs finally closing in on this, and there you go. Connection for Balkan, but it's not going to be enough. 22 Esports are eliminated. Shoot to Kill, though, trying to recover as quickly as possible. You can see, though, Yahoo is just keeping the pressure down onto here.
Luke actually finds a knock onto the underdogs here, trying to fend away Yahoo as well. The flashes will force Shimboy to retreat. There's just so much pressure onto SDK right now.
I mean, this is really their territory, right? SDK getting that George, a good northern circle, gives them a nice rotation to take around from the north. They're playing the west side strongly, but the problem right now, obviously, is that there's still so many teams up and alive. Synergy, 2 players up. Pippa and Fisher closing into this. Pippa is going to connect there. HVZ does go down. You can see the feed lighting up right now. SDK falling to the underdogs who are just on the other side of this hill. And Synergy wanting to get involved, but it's not meant to be. They're going to fall here. Yahoo, Dean Zera take care of that problem. And now we're down to just 16 players alive. And look, there's still so many outside of zone fighting along the edge here. I mean, we haven't even talked about the fact that the circle has shifted. It's shifted off this hill. So everybody's going to have to come down the high ground. Here you go, underdogs out. Luke 12 might have time. See if he could get that res. The problem is Yahoo are not going to leave this.
I think they're desperate to make as much as they can off this west side of the circle here. Going to be the only team to remain as 4 as well, which is, again, impressive. But the kill count doesn't really reflect it just yet. I'm surprised they're allowing this to happen. Maybe don't want to give away a knock. Want to rely on numbers in the late game. Luke 12 will be able to find his first aid kit. Kurt should be able to find a heal as well. Yeah, you can see that ticking up now. 5 kills for them. At this point, Shoot to Kill just need to commit to that salvage mode. Just maybe even try and backstab Yahoo as they make a move towards the circle. But positionally, this is tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, if they could take 1 or 2 members down, as you see, the trade does come out. Shinboy getting a knock on the curve, but not before he got 1 for Poonage down. Luke 12 spraying in the blue, but it is not going to be enough. Shoot to Kill eliminated into 6th place. Is Yahoo time to recover? The Blues closing in slowly. They are going to have to come down the high ground, but I don't think Coda Kid is quite in a place yet to intercept. And there you have it, our top 4 as we move into the final bit of late game here. Trogloditas still 3 up, United as well, but Yahoo standing 4 strong.
This is where Yahoo definitely going to be the green light for them to get a little bit aggressive now. Actually, Snake is finding XX from 300-400 meters away.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane.
A little bit disconnected here. I'm not sure. Well, he's not made it out. I guess found an opportunity to regroup with Rusty and Necro. They did the hard part, transitioning away from the compound, and Necro and Rusty Zero find themselves on the underside of a United's hill. Again, a 2v3, so not necessarily a write-off for them just yet, but they have to find an opening knock here. Relo might be the one they look for.
Yeah, you see Rusty Zera, a couple of shots, but not a full commitment. Turning his back though was not the thing to do, as you see right there. The AUG, enough to melt him down, and Relo is trying to see if he can get the flush, but ooh, a little help from Hyruzen. Yahoo take down the remaining member of Trogloditas, and now just 3 teams standing.
Yeah, Yahoo should have a decent idea, or at least kill feed knowledge, that not necessarily whereabouts Coda Kid is, but he is tucked into the bunker right now. It's difficult really for Yahoo to find any damage here. And again, wide open line of sight here towards the United, but don't expect them to overextend at any point yet. They're going to hope for another shift, and they're actually going to get it. It pulls hard to the east here. Coda Kid, like I said, tucked in underground here. He's in a real position to backstab Yahoo again. This is going to be a second backstab threat for Yahoo.
I mean, they've got to be having the conversation right now that somebody is inside that bunker, and as they move to zone, one person, at the very least, is going to have to keep their attention to make sure that nobody crawls out. So something to keep a watchful eye on, as you say, because, I mean, Coda Kid, just too easy. We talked about a team that could potentially blow up in terms of kills and points today that we think could continue to climb. They've really been surprising us throughout this event, and right now, as they're in 10th place, 6 kills already this match.
Block it off.
It's still opportunity. No! Oh, did he?
Well, I was hoping he was going to. Okay.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they don't think he's in there.
He is. Was he
yeah,
building up speed to do it? He's trying to bait. I guess he's trying to bait.
I'm just holding my breath because I really want to see if he does full send it down
No
there.
way,
Oh,
Relo.
no.
No way, Relo. What?
We hit those. Relo taking both Hyruzen and Poonage out. Flood securing the kill right now. E United on 6 points. And Yahoo, who came into this fight with the one-man advantage over E United, 4 versus 3, is now suddenly down to 2 players. You can see Shinboy is going to pick up the Groza, but he is pinned down. All of United know exactly where he is. So even if he spends time to recover, they're going to have to be... I mean, they're going to be really mindful. United, they've got the circle, they've got the zone, they've got the numbers right now. But we can't also forget that Coda Kid is still alive. Sparking goes down. This is not looking great for Yahoo.
No possibility of the res coming through. Coda Kid actually comes out. We'll steal that one in the final.
Oh!
Actually, Shinboy, I guess for a moment there was considering the deny, but thought better of it. Now, again, because he knows he's not going to get second place, he's not going to be able to outlive Coda Kid.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
fall,
especially,
yeah.
they've got to know that Just Too Easy in the chase, not give them that point. There's 7 kills for Just Too Easy. Coda Kid thinking the same thing. Doesn't want to give a point to E United. Did the math. And that is going to be at a winner-winner chicken dinner for E United. They won the first match yesterday. They won the first match today. 7 kills for them on the board, Pod.
Yeah, a quiet one, but honestly, when you have that much control over the east side of a circle like that, there's no real reason to overextend, especially in the early game. They had a good rotation trap set up, but obviously once they lose one, I mean, they had the benefit of the circle obviously pulling back that direction, but they play that perfectly. Again, making use of, I guess, the terrain that they had left in, phase 6 was it, to really prevent anybody else from making moves. So you take nothing away from those. You got to close those games out, ultimately, and to win it with a man disadvantage.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, by phase 2, we were already pretty much stuck there on the Zarki Peninsula. So much water into play by phase 4, just on those hills. And that really put, I think, a lot of people in an edge game position where they wouldn't normally want to be. So that said, I mean, I'm not surprised to see United maybe come out of that with a lower kill. But as that is going to be it for us, we're going to throw this to break. And when we come back, we'll hear what the desk has to say about that game.
I do a lot of training mode. I do a lot. I usually take 2 hours, 1.5 at least.
Bom, num dia de camp eu não costumo fazer nada demais, porque eu penso assim que se eu fizer algo diferente, tentar fazer todo um ritual pro dia do camp, posso desempenhar mal porque eu não tô acostumado àquilo.
I mean, it honestly varies day by day. It's usually just getting on my computer and playing the game a bit.
I also take 3 or 5 minutes of breath control to set my mind.
Some days I go to the gym and, just get physically warmed up throughout the day and then play the game.
Okay, some people talking to me right now on this interview that smokes are the meta on this game. I don't agree.
It probably is the smoke. My initial gut reaction was going to be frag grenade because I just I've built a habit of like picking up every frag grenade I see.
The best throwable is always the pen. You want to throw the pen at the head of your enemy.
Stuns and grenades are the OP right now. If you have one stun, you can literally win a fight.
A gente agradece o suporte que vocês vêm dando no chat da live, fora das lives, e nas minhas próprias lives, no Twitter. Agradecer a todos, esse apoio é muito bom pra gente, motiva mais a gente, deixa a gente mais forte e mais incentivados a dar o nosso melhor.
So to all of our longtime supporting fans, we appreciate you, we love you, and hopefully we can see you in the Twitch chat giving us all the love all the time.
Salve, galera! Pô, queria agradecer todo mundo aí pelo carinho, pela torcida de vocês, por todo o suporte mesmo quando a gente tá na DIG, quando a gente não tá na DIG, quando a gente tá sendo Yahoo, independente do time, eu sei que vocês estão lá me apoiando, isso é muito importante pra mim. Então é isso, mano. Yahoo é Brasil, vamos pra mais um mundialzinho aí, se Deus quiser. Tamo junto.
Bueno, principalmente le quiero mandar un saludito y un abrazo a toda la gente que siempre tiró la buena onda, nos apoyó a todos, en especial a mi comunidad que es la Panza Army, porque siempre tiran buenos mensajes a todos y los invito a que realmente apoyen a todos los equipos de LATAM. Si nosotros nos morimos, que apoyen a los demás equipos clasificados, porque LATAM está unida y hay que ir para adelante. Vamos a hacer toda la misma región y vamos a ir todos juntos para la misma meta.
Bom, a mensagem que eu quero passar para todo mundo que assiste a gente e torce por nós é que vocês podem esperar a gente dando o nosso máximo como sempre e tentando sempre brigar pelo topo da tabela contra os melhores times.
everybody, and welcome back to the PUBG ESL Masters Grand Final, day 2 of the final weekend, and we get to see E United have a rather unceremonious victory, but you know what? They all count, guys. They all count, and that's points going in the bag for the E United boys, Godspeed.
Yeah, absolutely, and it really was all on the back of some ridiculous knocks coming out of Relo, which we'll see here soon.
Filthy stuff, Toffees, and let's. Were you ready to? Get? I know you wanted to do this. You set everybody else up. Let me set you up. What are we doing?
I want to look back at the last game and watch some highlights.
Oh,
that would have been better. That would have been so much better if you just been like, yeah, I just want to go back and look at the last game.
I'm just gonna do highlights.
I could have been.
Cool?
You know what? Me and Yoho will both look at how to be better after this one, and we'll get into that in just a little bit. But hey, okay, starting off, tough circle, absolutely brutal as it goes to the north. I mean, unless you're one of those teams that just happens to drop up there, like this is going to be difficult for everyone. So as we jump into the replay, you're going to start to see a lot of action as everything stacked up on the south side of that circle, because it was like 30% water and then stayed that way till we got to circle 4, Godspeed, and that is just going to cause chaos because there's not a lot of real estate.
Exactly, you said it right there. There's not a lot of real estate on top of the fact that this is basically just one giant mound, right? It's essentially king of the hill, especially where the circle ended up going. We saw SDK there, we saw Synergy there. I mean, we saw Yoho essentially go there and third party, and so these circles are really, really rough, and it generally tends to lend more of an advantage to a team that comes in on the opposite side of what's hot, which is exactly what E United did, and then they tend to just, you know, start shooting everyone, controlling their side, and then they let the chaos happen on the west, which is exactly what happened here. I mean, the one impressive thing is we actually saw Synergy as a duo play more aggressive than some of the 3 and 4 mans up.
Filthy.
And this for me is actually, this is what won the game for United, right? Like they were in a good position regardless. They had 3 up still, but Yoho maybe could have made something happen there, especially if they got the vehicle close enough. But those 2 knocks coming out of Relo's just filthy shots, that sealed the deal.
I mean, they learned firsthand how Relo got his name, right? Like, he is Relo because he relocates people to the lobby on a regular basis. And that was the double headshot that absolutely did it. E United, first place. It was a good game. I will say this for the entire leaderboard, though, Poro. Like, the kills were relatively evenly spread, which I think is a good news for everyone who's not currently in the top 3 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like one of those weird Circle 2 shifts where I think a lot of people, or actually Circle 3, I think a lot of people were expecting it maybe to go over towards that west side, over to those North George Fields, Godspeed. You told me that, no, it always goes over here. No, this is where it always goes. I'm pretty sure you were memeing me.
I was memeing you. I was 100%
It definitely does not go there. Shift was very influential to how the rest of that game played out, though.
Yep, and I mean, look, Bing Bang Boom, we talked about it at the top of the show, still doing work. They've managed to slip in first, but just look, it's actually crazy. 1 point separates them from second, and then 1 point separates Sonics from E United. This is probably, I think, the closest spread we've had going into a grand finals, especially towards the end of an ESL so far.
Well, also, I mean, keeping in mind, like, anybody can make that move up right now, Poro. Like, all the way down to Yoho, one good game puts you literally right back into the mix for first. Normally, it's like, one good game gets you back in the mix, Poro, as we try to fill. But the reality is, like, this is a very easy come up for almost anybody. Yeah.
Were you doing yourself? Yeah.
No, it was like a little Popeye. I don't know.
Oh, you were doing a Toffees doing a Toffees impression? Toffees on Toffees?
Toffees on Toffees action. Oh my. Sorry, we're getting off track. No,
I mean, you're absolutely right, though. You look at that leaderboard, and you have the top 3 that are all 1 point kind of separated there, and then you got that big chunk that's all around in that 140s area. So, you know, who's going to be the next one? Who's going to be the next one that's going to hop up and maybe make it a 4-way race for first? Godspeed.
I think SDK, honestly. Again, they show that they can come back into form. Points format is really where they used to shine. And so, I mean, even though they adjusted well to chicken format, not as well as they were doing in points, I think they're a team that can definitely climb and make that push for another contender in the top 4.
You agree with that, Toffees?
I do. I mean, I think it's going to come down to circles, especially in the next couple of games here. We've seen pretty crazy circles on Erangel this entire event. I don't think that's going to change. And teams that use that knowledge are going to be the ones that continue to thrive at the top. Like that last game, right? Circle goes hard north. You lose 30% of your map. And that stinks because you know everyone's there. But it's kind of like being at a concert at like an NBA event arena, right? Like they shut down one side. Everybody's standing over here watching. But the real vets know that if you go to the beer stand all the way around on the side, right where they've closed off the stage, There's no line. There's nobody there. You can get your beer and get back while every other putz is standing back in the center waiting to get their hands on drinks. So I think teams that are thinking outside that box and are using things like plane placement and rotation are going to be in a really strong position because Erangel has been wild when it comes to those circles.
Sure has. Nobody wants to be that putz waiting for their beer, right? But here you go. There's our maps. We've got 2 more to go on Erangel before we switch over to Mirimar for our final 2 of the day. So eyes on SDK. Eyes on all that big log jam there at the 140 points section to see who's going to maybe pop up and join up. So we got a couple minutes. We're waiting to get into that game, waiting for everybody to get into the lobby. So other than SDK, Godspeed, your team to watch was the Rumblers, man. Were you watching game 1?
The beginning of that highlight was, I think, Los dying. So not the most ideal start, and at the end it was just Corsac. I think he got a knock. I don't remember if he actually got the flush for that kill, but just trying to get points where he could. I'm still clinging to hope, man. That it's like my alma mater, right? That's fair, and that's totally fair. I understand.
It's just I think we said it. It was stupid. I was, this allegory of like, it literally feels like they took the arms and legs from 4 different people and stitched them together, and it's just nothing. Everybody's working independently, like a.
But that can still work.
By a 7-year-old.
You've seen Frankenstein, right? Like it still comes together at some point. Somehow it's got to, right? But
I don't think it ended well for him.
Well, look, out of the both of y'all, from game number 1, I like Toffee's pick a little bit better. Synergy actually looked pretty proactive there.
Fair.
Pippa and Fish are going out on the hunt. Even though they did lose 2, they still got a nice little stack of points for themselves.
Absolutely. I think actually a team that I talked about during that game that kind of disappointed me, and so far is just Troglodytes has been less aggressive in a format that rewards aggression, and that to me is a little confusing.
Especially based on what we saw last year. Like, this is a team 100%. That was willing to go out and mix it up, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know if that club got real heavy and they're just dragging and can't get their rotations fast enough, but it's not been great.
Yeah.
All right, well, we are getting ready to get into that next game, but before we do, I want to remind you that we're bringing you even more Battle Royale madness as New State Mobile is launching the New State Mobile Mashup, where you can play in weekly events hosted by your favorite influencers and qualify to play against them for up to $250,000 in prize money. Check out all the details at esl.gg/New State Mobile Mashup. But we are getting ready to head into game number 2. So with that, we are ready to throw it over to the dynamic casting duo. I almost got that out there. Of Klopak.
I like it.
Klopak, no. I mean, Chlorosaurus, totally. Pakasaurus, yeah. Klopak?
Not so much Klopak.
Yeah.
No,
Hiver?
no.
That sounds weird too.
Even
I don't
worse.
like any of these. Yeah. I don't know, chat, you guys can help us out. But yeah, I mean, obviously, the guys had some good points. Rumblers, awkward start, kind of what we've seen from them throughout the event. Troglodytes as well. There's a lot of really good opportunities for Troglodytes to capitalize on that situation, so much more than they did.
And again, I'd have to go back and watch the map exactly, but what the logic is there, like I said, you go down to that compound, actually they're by some divine miracle, nobody is actually the victor of kind of the plane crash, right? Sonics come down, they take casualties, and then obviously the underdogs play it so passively over on the hill to the west that they are allowed to kind of come north out of that compound, on foot, by the way, which should just never happen in a circle like that, but the stars aligned for them. Just a weird decision to make at that point. And actually, I'm totally with Godspeed. Maybe this is a format change thing in there. It's so deeply ingrained now to adjust to a completely different kind of meta game. Mm-hmm. But it's decisions like that. I feel the Troglodytes previously would be like, hey, where can we go and find kills? As opposed to, hey, where can we go and hide for another circle?
Yeah, no, this is a very interesting thing because we have obviously a very northern flight path Troglodytes in their normal spot, but both BBG and Nootropic trying to take that Zarky drop just outside of North George. And I see Newt kind of perfectly mixed through this. The circle is going to pop. It is going to be north, but it is Stalber Yasnaya. This is a potential to be a hill or a potential to be Yasnaya field finish. We could go down towards Mansion and Heaven. There's a lot of possibilities here, but now everybody who's fought on the western side is going to have to move. But real quick, guys, while we have the map up, I do want to remind you that we have a dedicated map feed that is keeping up with the broadcast in real time. So you can head over to twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map to have all that rotation information at your fingertips. And we're using the map feed, and now you guys can see what we are seeing as well.
Well, yeah, what we're seeing, yes, the byproduct of this is Nootropic are probably going to be late to this circle. We're seeing Hello Senpai rotate on foot from North George up here towards actually one of the Zaki satellite compounds.
It's not the best, you know? I mean, when I play here like in a regular game, this is kind of one of those, hey, hold on, let me grab a pistol, maybe a DP-28.
Oh, this is like I'm cooking food. I need
go.
to drop Zaki and make sure that I've got 18 minutes to find my way to Circle 1. But
yeah,
I did see
Colton.
Colton did get one of the vehicle spawns up on the North Road. So, potential here, but they're not going to be geared. It's almost like they have to trail loop their way into this circle. Lots of space up to the north. Obviously, nobody really dropping onto Stal, but the furthest, I guess, north team, call it, Gascans have got 2 members or just inside this Circle 1, but it's actually Rumblers in Yasnaya. You can see here, there's so much space to the north here. Already Shinboy looking to take maybe some of the key compounds over. This is the east side of Yasnaya, but again, look how many teams have to find a way in here. And the worst thing is there's so few access points on the south. Not necessarily just because of where teams are positioned, but just these rotation passes. They're so difficult. They're so wide open. You can get pressured from so far away. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 7 teams basically that need to come in from that southwest corner.
Yeah, and I mean, when that circle closes, we'll kind of get a better idea on what kind of style this could be. If it centers up anywhere around Yasnaya and we're looking at a Yasnaya long game, Rumblers don't have to move, right? They've already got Waldo and Korsek just out to the side, kind of scope out some information, but the rest of them, they can do this 2-2 split. They can put a couple of people there in the police tower, have that high ground, watch teams as they come in from the south, but it looks like, as you said, I mean, Shinboy had that information. He's already taken those shots. This is not shots intending to kill members of Rumblers. This is really just a good peacocking to kind of say, hey, this compound's mine, go away. I don't want you here. And you see the Rumblers aren't going to waste any time at this point. So already, I mean, this 2-2 split, because Rumblers, again, they're trying to make sure that they have that rotation out of Yasnaya if that circle takes a hard shift to Stalber, in which case it's going to be a little bit more difficult. But, I mean, when we have those Yasnaya-centric circles, I'm always a little bit kind of wondering, like, how they're going to set that one up. But, yeah, there you go. Rumblers, once again, finding another member of Yahoo.
So, yeah, Cossack looked as if he was getting a little curious there. I guess investigating just how many gunshots or different weapons at least fired out of that prio. But again, catching that second member of Yahoo, not really worth at this point. Rumblers have so much space to work with as well. I'd hate to see them overinvest in kind of contesting somebody that's got up here early. Relo has made a pretty early transition up here as well. Again,
yeah, he was just in Lipovka a moment ago. I think he just full sent it.
And this is the thing. Some of these points around this area, especially on this road that kind of trails up just towards the south side of Kameshki. Again, these are talking about these rotation paths in that it's wide open lines of sight. So if you get somebody up here early, they can do exactly what Shinboy was just doing, right? Send out a few warning shots, deter some teams into maybe trickier terrain. It's really important to show a little presence here early and get the information as well.
You know, I want to say that it was last year we had one of the LATAM teams that was constantly landing in Kameshki. I think it might have been Durrani or one of the teams. And so the fact that Stalber, Kameshki, and all of those teams are team lists, that they're completely untaken. This was, again, a northern flight path that was Georgia Pole to about Yasnaya. And so a lot of those teams now that are coming in late from the west do have that opportunity to take that free northern rotation. We're going to see them go a little bit late, though, because whether or not the circle takes a hard shift north, a hard shift south, or centers up in Yasnaya, I think is really going to affect the way the teams want to rotate in. And that's kind of what we're watching for right now, what we're seeing some teams stall for. They're getting a little bit bold in some of these scouting trips, but not too bold because they know what's going to come.
But you can kind of treat this Circle 1 similar to what we were talking about the last game, right? This is one that you definitely want an early information access point. don't really want to overinvest too much in terms of contesting a few of these compounds, but this is more to see where Circle 2 goes, right? Because there are so many different endings that we have possible here. Like you already said, Yasnaya Field, obviously towards Stalby Hill. And these are all very, very different dynamics. They're almost polarizing, really, in terms of the outcome. Rumblers, I keep looking back, and I was fine with the original 2-2 had. I guess they didn't want to hold on to Compound and Dogleg, and they've settled now for the southeast corner of Yasnaya and the warehouse on Stalby Hill. So have to keep your eye on that as Waikiki Mukau. A little bit of company here, Clover.
Yeah, again, I mean, the scouts going out for adventures right now, trying to figure out where they want to go, and we've got so many fights happening. You can see Newt also rotating right through gas cans. Waikiki Mukau, let's see if he can land any shots on that last little member. And two, I mean, the last person, right? This is Leda. You'll see this oftentimes that they want to get that last person so that they get the knock, nobody else is going to go for it, and it's an instant point. You get that credit for the kill. No res is going to come out. So for those of you who watch and wonder why are they only ever shooting the last card, that's why. The question is, where's Nootropic going to go? I think it looks like No Lean is still open, and that could be a good place to put down for this first circle, but I think there might be... chasing just too easy for it. Synergy, meanwhile, coming in from the south. There's also kind of starting, I mean, really, at this point, I think most teams are going to have to play down to the edge. We're already 8 minutes into the game, so this is relatively late for Phase 1 if you were hoping to get a central prime location. But Penta, good shot there onto Haven, is going to get that knock. Finds that flush. And again, this is what we're talking about with those rotations. You know, if you wrap around a little bit too far away, it's easy pick-offing for some of these teams.
This is so deep outside the circle. Actually, SDK currently positioned outside Pachinki. I'm not sure if this is really just to catch 22 specifically or what, but we'll find the kill and no real risk of any response whatsoever as 22 are going to duck south. Again, still a ways to go here. There's almost no reason to really try and back that up at all.
Yeah, I was going to say a catch 22 for catch 22 for
nice.
Team 22.
Nice.
Yeah.
Steve will be proud of that one.
Steve, I thought it was intentional at first for you. I was really proud. I know this is
I wouldn't go there.
But yeah, I mean, this is a little bit slow going. We're really waiting for that first circle. Unlike last game where there was so much water and it really kind of concentrated where people could go, we saw a lot more fighting quicker. This one has so many variables depending on where that Phase 2 will pop, and what it does will kind of tell you guys what we think is a favorable or unfavorable position, because right now, I can't tell you, because it really depends on where this next zone is going.
It does, because, I mean, one of the biggest factors here is whether or not Yasnaya Bay itself is going to become a factor to consider, which... that's an ugly ending. If Circle 2 centers up around that bay or anywhere really around Yasnaya, then it gets messy because it cuts out basically everything to the north. You can pretty much immediately eliminate that from your train of thought. We will see which direction we head. And that's tough for everybody that's made moves north. But the benefit being that a lot of people coming so late to this, they are kind of pre-positioned for this.
Yeah, I mean, really at this point, I think as long as you weren't one of the teams that looks like just too easy, I mean, that gas station for Yasnaya they're set up on, long term that is going to pull back away. But for right now, I mean, I really also like that we've still got Heaven very central to this position. Also, it looks like... I want to say, actually, excuse me, the fields starting to really be fought after for on the south side of Yasnaya's. Teams are still not wanting to fully commit to going to a city finish. Luke 12 is going to run over Hazeton. You can see it's just turning into full Gran Turismo. That's where my brain's at right now. As everybody's just driving out cars left and right. Here you go, Underdogs cleaning up another rotation as well.
Lots of teams actually making a mad dash towards the field. A few of them just bouncing in between. So Underdogs have control of the Wizard Tower for the time being. Again, these craters going to be pivotal in terms of controlling the south side of the fields here. It's just too easy. They've lost one, but they will get themselves tucked in next to 22. Again, another weakened team. That's important. Not really going to be too much in terms of aggression coming out, but just going to send out a little bit of utility and act as a deterrent. So you see Dodge have so much space down the southeast here. Yahoo actually have Heaven, and there's nobody else on the east.
I mean, really, when we look at these positions and what the teams have, you can see just off to the side of this Synergy have a little bit of split on either side of Volcano. Which is, I think, probably one of the better locations to be at right now. They're not going to have to worry about a full crash just yet in their compound on either or, and they're also able to keep a watchful eye on Just Too Easy and 22, who are in throwable range. That, to me, is the scary things about when you kind of share these hills here. You can see Vinny doing a little bit of jump scouting, trying to see if he can spot exactly where a member of Just Too Easy is before those nades come out. They figured out where the smoke is. The first nade is going to secure enough damage. The second one, actually, it's going to be the SLR that did it. You can see Incendiaries are going to secure that kill. Ragnar Lottie is flushed out, but last two members of 22 are not done yet. There's still plenty of members of Just Too Easy standing. You can see Coda Kid, Low Quicks just off to the other side from that split. So big issue right now, though, is where's this circle going to go? And let's see. I think as Naya Newt is going to be pulling out now. Unfavorable and favorable. For me, again, Heaven, I really love. I think that when you have a city into play and there's this much open area, you still want to be able to leave it. Yahoo in that vicinity, they've got a watchful eye on the areas out to the north, to the south, everybody else who's to the west of them. And typically, as long as it's not going to be up in the late game, they should be able to leave that one pretty easy. But unfavorable, we saw Just Too Easy. We're in gas station. They realized pretty quickly that was not a place to be.
Yeah.
And then ultimately we saw what happened when they left there, 22, giving him a little bit of a punishment.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I mean, gas station at this point, you're kind of banking on being given a very safe edge, and there just isn't that possibility. With how congested it comes with, especially, I mean, this would be the shift for gas station, right?
Maybe Heaven, I was wrong. Did I choose this?
Not looking so favorable now.
I think I need to switch these. Look at that. Gas station is actually in this shift. Heaven pulled back away, so y'all are going to have to move. And this is what I feared. This was that South Yasnaya field is now taking up 50-60% of this circle.
I'm kind of with you, right? This is the perfect circle for gas station, right? Because obviously we do take into account the next shift, that bay still being prominent here, and it would give you a very comfortable edge, right? Nobody's really gonna. You can basically eliminate, 75% of your directional threats. Nobody's really going to be pushing north towards you. Nothing's going to be coming south from that bay. It actually does give you a little bit of safety here, but the problem is, in terms of the next step, it then becomes very difficult. Actually, Gascan's position now, they have taken the yellows just over to the east of it. That's the sort of split you want to see from gas station. But this is like stars align. It's so often you ever get gifted on gas station just because of it being so close to the water. When it comes to this point of the game, you can almost say, yeah, it's not ending here, guys.
Absolutely. I mean, and that split, too, that the gas stations have, they've really set themselves up on either side of Sonic's, which is a good place to put pressure. That Sonic's compound can be so strong. But I think now, I mean, sort of kind of keeping this eye on what's happening in Shoot to Kill and the rest of the teams down to the south. South of Shoot to Kill, you can see it just barely in the minimap, is Young Kings. They've got two members out south, haven't come into the zone just yet. I think they're still trying to figure out where exactly they want to put down. They've kind of been getting these awkward situations where they're just completely stuck on the edge. And look at that, Kurtz, nades. Name a better duo, name a better combo there as the throwables coming out in full force for Shoot to Kill, but they are losing players. Young Kings finally choosing to get engaged after being passive to the south for a while.
I'm actually surprised here. Well, STK had the knowledge of just how free they are to hack a compound, as Honey Badger actually going to find Alo as well. Just like that, STK lose 3 members. And I was just about to credit the timing on those nades to maximize damage, make absolutely sure they can find that knock onto, I think it was Vegas initially, right?
Yeah,
knocked with again, the timing was perfect. But a little bit of an oversight, if I'm honest. Young Kings had perfect line of sight onto this.
Yeah, and I believe they actually, Young Kings stole that kill onto Vegas from that knock. You can see right now setting up, getting a little bit of resources off those Shoot to Kill bodies, and I think they might have
there's
spotted
utility in there.
Badger. Oh,
you know
absolutely.
there's
If you need
util in
throwables, there you go. Go to Shoot to Kill. Look for those death boxes. You will find so many. So many. Maybe even M24. I know, is Kurt still rocking the M24? I know that was his thing last year.
I've seen him. He's dabbled a little. But actually, Penta's been doing a little bit of bolting as well. You love to see that.
You know, the bolting is returning, and I know at first it was a bit of a meme, but I love to see it. But what I also love to see is this edge action right here. Dodge versus Yahoo. Ethan talked about how much of an up-and-comer he is right now. Helps find those 2 knocks. Mirage with the drive-by, seeing if he can secure any more of this, but Poonage recovering fire, and this is a little bit of a disastrous rotation for both teams involved. We can see Shinboy trying to get those smokes out and working on some kind of a rescue mission, but Troglodytes are pulling into this. They want a third party. Here comes the drive-by. They all connect.
Man.
Shinboy taking down the last, or excuse me, is taken down by Rusty Zera. Now Troglodytes coming into this fight healthy.
They've got Dodge to worry about now. Whether there's going to be any aggression north here. But actually, Bing Bang Boom, they're flexing out of the compound as well. Sharp Shot and Keenan look to do a little bit of damage, but I think they realise the window of opportunity is closed and don't want to give away any control of Ghost Compound right now. Rusty trying to send the nade through to convert down. The second should seal the deal onto Finna. Actually doesn't, no. No chance of the res though, surely. Surely don't commit to that.
Rusty ran away at just the right moment. He was able to keep himself up alive from that. So still 4 up there for Troglodytes. You can see 3 kills. Finna is going to get flushed out. Still, I mean, amazing pressure on members of Dodge there. And meanwhile, you can see Built by Gamers versus Young Kings right on the edge. Neither team really in a secure, safe spot in the zone just yet. On the other side of them, Penta. Those throwables left and right. I mean, Young Kings picked all of those up off shoot to kills bodies and putting them into good work. Honey Badger had been taken out finally, and Hikerman is low, but looks at that. Rajiwao taken down and flushed out.
Bale desperately trying to find some damage onto Young Kings. I think actually he's anticipating them sticking this reds as well. Himself a little bit of smoke cover to move up behind, but he is taking damage from elsewhere. Adam will find the headshot. Slow things down. Hikerman now tries to find a response as Gascans have to make it out of Glass House here. And they're leaving it pretty late to do so. They're kind of hell-bent on finding these kills, but there's not an awful lot to garner.
And see, it is come at the cost of Greg Shot, who was knocked down, but smokes are out. Adam's going to attempt a res right now, and you can see Waikiki Niku's trying to keep up and alive, driving to the north, looking for a spot to put down. But I mean, Sonics have been here for quite some time, and they know that. They were, remember, split on either side of Sonics from this area. Shrimsy actually did send it down a little bit further south, try to get some eyes on what was going as they made a 2-2 split. Originally, Sonics were a little bit further north onto this, but the last 2 members of Gas Can staying just ahead of the blue. Recoveries here. They're still back up to 4 men, but now they've got to worry about the Sonics. This is not a safe spot to be in just yet. Shrimsy and H-Win watching all 4 members see where they go, and a little bit of connection, but no knocks. Circle is going to pull away from the field, but that's a lot of open terrain. Really good for BBBs. They still have that compound, but otherwise, I mean, there's not much else. With 35 players, I'm a little concerned.
No, I mean, this is one of the 1 in 1,000 occurrences where you wish you were at Alamo right now. There's not an awful lot to make do with here. Sonics might even consider a crash towards the craters. Again, we know that there's some weakened teams here. It's too easy. Oh, we'll find the first. Actually, Coda Kid will find the first on the way. The second as well, Clover.
There we go. The last 2 members of Sonics with that drive-by, but there you go. Mime and Singleton, they never miss. The smokes are out. I think they might be able to recover this quickly. 22 want to get involved. Balkan and Vinny seeing if they can safely do something about it. Fisher, though, is going to help out. SG from afar actually did land that nade. That's wild. Another drive-by there. HVZ Underdogs trying to make it finally secured. Sonic's taken out, but look at this. Once again, nades back out. Bippa and Finisher. I mean, this is a long distance to throw nades, and they are absolutely nailing them here.
Just 8 HP left for the Underdogs' hopes and dreams here in this game. No initial follow-up just yet. Gas Cans, though, they're getting pretty close. They're going to have decent information on numbers here, at least, within one of the craters. Trying to pressure Rumblers on the way in. Waldo actually taking a little bit of damage. Valiate a little bit split. Just picking up what was left of that crate. And this is where it gets awkward, because if nobody makes a move here, it's almost a stalemate between a couple of these teams. Waldo actually does get knocked, so make things a little bit easier on the north.
I see Valiant is not even in a position to get that res. He is going to get back in a car. I'm not sure if maybe Waldo said, hey, he is in fact clean, but no, it looks like he's actually just going to set up a little bit closer to 22 and also give himself some cover from Troglodytes. Will be coming back around the hill. Leda as well from Nootropic running in from the zone, and that's going to be it. It's phase 5, and that blue is just too quick, but here we go. Throwables out, gas cans up along the edge, giving a little bit of pressure here onto the underdogs. I mean, this is, in a circle like this, it's one of the few spaces to cover. Otherwise, you're going to have to really challenge another team for a compound, which a bit risky. As you can see, YK Kamuka does spot one. There you go. Bullets out. Not really quite connecting, but Greg Shots found another angle. Double flash, both players on either side. You can see the throwables continue to come out. I don't think gas cans have any damaged throwables. It's just flashbangs.
That might be all they need here. Is YK Kamuka going to pave the way. We'll find the first on the way in. This comes through. Four still, I was going to say Four still alive and kicking here as Adam gets knocked and YK Kamuka. The nades coming through again
Synergy.
from Synergy.
They've completely left their compound now. Synergy have actually pushed up onto this fight. They've got the high ground, and you can see they just have all of the throwables. Utility still out. Gas cans eliminated.
Underdog's still alive.
The last player's still up. Valiate still up as well, and it's just insane along the edge. Troglodytes, Vinny, battling on the opposite side here of the northern edge of the circle.
They're going to try and post a nade or two over. Don't think he's going to find too much damage here, but Troglodytes is still 4 strong. It's going to make him difficult to slow things down unless he finds a knock pretty soon.
I mean, this is really just going to be, I think, a prone battle. You know, we saw that happen with 22, and I believe that was just too easy. Just kind of sitting in here with nowhere to go. But Synergy, fully recovered now, still back up for strong. Do find the opening knot. Capitan getting one member down. Looks like more throwables are out, hoping to catch a second. The flashbangs are out, and that let Dinner Bells know it is time to push. They will spot that last one. Paragua landing at arm attacks taken out. Underdogs eliminated. There's still 22 Esports on the other side. Vinny, last member. Troglodytes up still as well.
Valiate did fall. Troglodytes still 4 strong as well. Vinny still clinging to life. Was dangling by a thread here. Last one really of these original Crater teams. Now he's got much bigger problems to worry about. Again, still in the circle, but don't expect that to last very long. Young Kings actually to the south have spread out an awful lot, but again, it's just terrain that they're playing, so Bing Bang Boom need to move out of the compound. It's going to make things a little bit more complicated for them. Capitan looking to get a bit of an upward angle here on top of the house. I'm not sure of the sight lines. Actually, no, you can just about see the crest of these craters, not necessarily into them.
Another thing, too, Ethan is also still up. That's solo last member up for Dodge, just outside Bing Bang Boom's compound to the south. So Young Kings could potentially spot. Ethan could see the blue just off there behind that compound. It actually is going to be taking damage, so he was spotted by a member of Bing Bang Boom. I think it might have been Roth that saw him here, and he's inside the blue. So Ethan might fall here now. But Vinny, again, has been putting up the fight. There we go. Ethan is out. Flash, though. Vinny into the smoke, trying to stay alive. The barrel in hands. Another flash out to return against Troglodytes. He's going to take this fight as long as he can, but it's not meant to be. Execs connecting there with the AUG, and we've got our 4 final teams. 2 3 players strong, Synergy and Troglodytes, though 4 apiece. This is LATAM versus Bing Bang Boom.
Yeah, Synergy got to make moves. I guess they're hoping they're going to be able to clean up these kills onto Troglodytes. But this is where Young Kings spread, honestly, could be fairly influential here. They're not really going to be able to hold either team on the west or the east side. So they are fairly spread. Again, this is where you question the sightlines really of support for any of these. But if they can get just a knock or two here and there, it's going to slow them down, maybe force the team in another direction. And that actually could be pivotal to their success because they have so many numbers to worry about here. But not a lot to play from.
I mean, you see when they kind of looked at each other for a moment, their execs showing the full sight line they have of this hill. So as long as they've got that hill, they've got a little bit of control, but it's that mutually assured destruction that's going to be the thing to help out any one of the teams there as that first knock comes into play. BBB loses one. And it looks like Synergy are going to send Perwagua out. Smoke walls are in play. This is still not in zone, so the rest of this can go on foot, or they can take that car a little bit further out, create some hard cover. You see Z-Flux, he's got a vehicle of his own, waiting for the drive-by, just preparing to see if Synergy were going to take the fight to them. And Rusty Zera is actually going to eat quite a lot of blue zone damage, trying to get that rotation down to 2. I mean, that was a risk I don't know is worth the reward there, Hypok.
I mean, you don't benefit much from having the vehicle here. I'm going to be honest. This is kind of a utility on foot battle sort of circle. Z-Flux going to have so many problems coming from his north
Sharp
here.
shot. Oh, not the place to put down. And one FPS was perfectly in position waiting for him. He's going to get down another member, but Oldless is going to find the trade there. And one coming back out, and Oldless seeing if he can make it to Roth just in time, but Execs with the drive-by as well. I mean, it is essentially jousting right now in Dacias as everybody is driving up into the fight. Bing, bang, boom, eliminated. Young Kings down to 1. However, Synergy, Troglodytes, both still 4-man strong. You see that recovery coming out. Young Kings trying to see if they can get those reses up, but they've got to act quick.
Capitan making moves as well towards the center. Young Kings will get at least 2 back on their feet.
1 HP. This is insane. I mean, you see just how many smokes are out. Pippa is going to get that flush onto Yiku's. And still, I mean, the cars are still driving. We might see another drive-by here from Troglodytes.
Capitan, that spray will find the first hit. Actually finds a headshot onto the second as well. Might be able to close Young Kings out. Find the flush here, but just one left to find. Troglodytes now looking to wrap on this. Want to maximize as many kill points they will find and want. Capitan, though, in a position to play spoiler on Troglodytes. The spread here from Synergy is looking pretty good.
Yeah, Synergy really have all eyes on every angle, and they've kind of herded most of Troglodytes out into a corner. You can see Necro is going to fall back down. Execs all on top of each other. Rusty Zera, the only player that's kind of out and off on the angle, but Pippa, who has been on fire tonight, is going to now make sure Execs is on fire as we see him go down to a throwable as well, and now Rusty Zera. It's like has been spotted by Fisher. Is going to connect, but see these mollies out. I mean, we said earlier, shoot to kill, we're the king of throwables. I think we might need to amend that to Synergy right now, as they are absolutely lighting everybody on fire right now. But still, it is a 3 with 1 knocked versus a 3 with 1 knocked. Those kills have not been secured just yet from either team. 8 kills right now for Synergy. He knows exactly where the kill demo is, but every time you see Pippa with that peek, he's getting punished.
They're trying to isolate this kill desperately whilst Troglodytes get the res. Kill Demo just needs to play his life. Stay up if he can. He's actually going to get traded out here. Troglodytes fine too.
Synergy are down to just 1 in a blink of an eye. Necro, Kiltimo both landing their shots. It's only up to Fisher right now. He's down to 40 HP. His vest is entirely broken, so he's got to be very careful right now, but you can see he's still using the hill to his advantage. He spotted out Rusty Zera, getting him down very low. Hasn't found the knock just yet. He needs to take care of that one player playing the off angle who's been playing Anger, and then he can continue to rotate back around. But Necro not wasting any more time. The drive-by coming out from Troglodytes, and there you go. He is going to be spotted out. Troglodytes finally win with 14 kills here.
And what a win to find, honestly. It was hard fought. It's so difficult to navigate that end game, like I said. I mean, it's heartbreak for Young Kings. Like I said, they need to find 1 or 2 knocks on these teams before they could really transition south, especially on that really ugly shift away from Craters. But pretty well played, actually, by Synergy and Troglodytes. I mean, Bing Bang Boom tried to make the first move, and ultimately, I think that's their demise, right? They don't really have a foothold to stop any of this pressure coming in from the north side, but take nothing away from the LATAM teams in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, Synergy, as you said, played that one really well as well. I think it could have been either one's game. The amount of utility and damage that came out, I think Synergy hit almost 1,900 damage that game, just shows how active they were, how proactive they were even as well, taking control there from the west and the south. So hard circles when you have no cover like that, and you've really got to play smart. I mean, we saw those vehicles up until the very last moment doing with those drive-bys in a way that kind of throwable AR jousting. It was really fun to see. Definitely a good performance that we always expect out of LATAM.
Yeah, we do. And honestly, that's the sort of endgame that is more, I guess, characteristic of Trogloditas last year, right? They weren't scared to take the fights and actually in the correct sequence, right? They were identifying which was the threat they needed to deal with first and moved extremely confident. It's the first real example we've seen of how deadly this team can be. Given the opportunity, it's just, I'm hoping they can create more of these for themselves, because it almost felt like Trogloditas have let so many games pass them by that this one, it feels like an anomaly.
Absolutely. Well, I think, are we going to break? I'm on now. All right, there we go. All right, guys, that is going to be it from us. We are going to go to a very quick break. When we come back, the desk is going to break down this match, and then we'll have one more Erangel to go, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, once again to the PUBG ESL Masters Grand Final, Day 2 of Week 2, and it's Latin American dominance in this last game. A lot of LATAM teams and a lot of high kill Latin American teams there, Toffees.
I mean, Trogloditas.
Godspeed's vibing. I don't want to interrupt him.
You can't interrupt that man. He's vibing. It was the mean mug too. I think that Trogs played really well. We talked about him before this game, and they came out 14 kills, turned it around on a game I thought Synergy was going to win.
Yeah.
And I think that exec's play was the highlight of the match.
True. Biggest
Was
true
that your
ever.
highlight?
Biggest
What?
true. Was that the highlight?
What'd you say? What did you say?
Was that your highlight?
Highlights?
Let's see some of the other highlights.
Replays! Oh, sorry, my bad.
Replays!
Like, whoa, Hayes. This is a wild game, though. I'm not gonna lie, Steve. Just from the start, the circle was pretty out of control. The circle was normal. However, the way the team set up, we saw Synergy set up basically at the beginning of that game, up to the point where even later in the highlight, we saw a 3x ump with a canted sight. Steve, tell me how you feel about that.
Savage.
It feels like pubs, bro. It feels like pubs, man. UMP pushes with like it is exactly what it is. But I do think like it wasn't the most honest. It was a tough circle because Stalber, like who jumps past Stalber?
Sure.
But the rotations come down, double field possible ending, and then it was just the dip. Like we had like 5 teams all playing mini golf here, and not one of them could sink it. They keep coming in, one team plows out, and then the next one shows up, and you're gonna see that over and over until Synergy finally finishes the battle of the dip, gets a bunch of cool stuff, and then goes to the final place.
With a 3x AK and a canted ump, by the way. That's like those. If you polled the pro players, I guarantee you those 2 setups would not be in the top 5 as far as what these guys are using. But I mean, also shoutouts. No, I really don't. No. I could be wrong. Maybe the meta's changed and I'm just really out of touch. But that just doesn't seem it. Trog, meanwhile, was racking up so many kills on the east side of the circle and looking more like the Trog we had just talked about before this game started, right? The team that played way more aggressive back in a format that didn't really reward it as much, and now 13 kills, and the fact that they even brought that back against the position that Synergy had on them was most impressive, especially with how well Capitan was shooting.
Yeah, it was a nutty end game for sure. As you saw Capitan, and then only to be overshadowed by execs cleaning that up. And again, 14 kills, 10 placement points for Trogloditas, 24 points in the bag. Toffees, to be honest, they needed it though.
They did. They needed it really badly. And honestly, like when we go to the overall, I'm not sure it's gonna have that big of an impact. I mean, we'll find out. I'm terrible at math, so
it'll help. But yeah, I don't think it'll help that much.
It'll help in the context of what you said earlier, Poro. There's one guaranteed spot for Latin America. If they keep playing the way that they have been playing, then literally every little PGC point they get here could be the difference between making it and not making it to the big show.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It didn't help them too terribly much, but they are within striking distance of 13th, which is a little bit more money, a little bit more PGC points. On the other hand, Godspeed, Synergy, despite the fact that they didn't win it, they're now in that conversation in the top 4.
Absolutely. I mean, they in the top 4 now, and again, within striking distance, we use that term a lot, but they realistically could have just one good game, and that would put them either in second or potentially first, depending on if Bing Bang Boom doesn't have a good game, or there's like a travesty of a game where they go out with no points. That's very possible, and that the same can be said for Sonics, United, as well as Dodge, right? Like all these teams are so close. Even Yahoo, down at 138, could still potentially, go for an upset swing here, but with only a couple games left today, we'll see.
I do want to say this, like, good on Trog, and you bring up climbing is important, but there's an importance to starting an event strong, because literally the difference between 14th and 13th for PGC points is nothing. They are the same, and it's only 5 if you drop down below that. So there's a value to having started strong here, because Synergy is in this war to like increase by 15 every time they climb a spot, whereas Trogloditas literally fought a battle. Like that was a tough game for them. And what did they get out of it? Bragging rights, confidence going into the next one. But at the end of the day, that's it is what it is.
I mean, look, we came into today talking about how we were kind of concerned about some of the LATAM teams, how they were looking like they were still stuck in the MC format mindset, how they're looking a little bit rusty, maybe a little bit outclassed in this lobby. But that game right there showed that you've got at least a couple of teams here that are starting to knock some of that rust off. You're starting to see them get a little bit more aggressive in fighting here as we see the rest of the maps we have today.
Can I talk about Synergy for a second?
Oh, absolutely. Get in there.
I liked what I saw, okay? Yes, they found a circle. They played it pretty well. They did also benefit from the fact that Troglodytes and them were sort of like bookends on the circle. They played both sides, and everyone got stuck sort of finding land in the middle. But that UMP push, it was a symptom of their playstyle, under-geared, but they took the risk. They went out, and they found items. They pushed that dip. They took 3. They let Pippa by himself to hold. That's what you have to do. Yesterday, they would have just fallen back, all 4 of them, to huddle in their little compound together and hope for the end game. That time, they made a move, and that's what I want. I want to see moves, man. Show me some DDR.
That aggression working out for you, Godspeed?
Yeah, the aggression definitely works out for me. I agree with Steve 100%. I mean, they definitely probably... I don't think they would have made the same plays, let's say, yesterday or some of the previous days as they did in day one, but I think this is kind of returning to form on the synergy that we kind of expected, especially, again, after that explosive start. And then even for the other teams, I mean, at this point, Trog starting to finally fire up, which is what we wanted to see, a team that was known for being very aggressive last year. We've talked about that ad nauseum, and so I want to see some more aggression from them. And then from the teams on the bottom of the leaderboard, it's pretty much the same advice I give all the teams at this point when we're kind of running late into a grand finals. Just try something else, because clearly what you're doing is not working. So I'm hoping to see some adjustments there from some of the teams on the right side.
Well, Troglodytes trying something else, and it worked out pretty well for them there as they hop a couple of spots and they get themselves a nice little bag of points. But one thing that could work out well for you at home is we have the New State Mobile Community Cups. They are happening this weekend, today, in fact, and tomorrow. So get your squad together and get a piece of the $5,000 prize pool. There are 2 cups this weekend, so sign up now. Two. But we are getting ready to head into game number 3, where we will see Toffees and his comically undersized coffee cup. But that'll be waiting for you when you get back out of this. But for now, let's throw it over to High Pocket Clover.
I feel like I could have brought my coffee cup in here, but then I realized it's a different game's IP, so it's just going to sit over there right now. So nobody needs to see that. But there you go. Hypok, obviously now interesting, good day there for LATAM. We've got one more Erangel to go before we switch things up on Miramar. These circles have been a little bit more north, little less southern millie, water bridge campy than we have seen so far this tournament. All that said, as we get to see one of those glorious bridges, I'm expecting chaos today because, as the guy said, I mean, PGC points on the line. There's a lot of things on the line, and as we remember what happened last year, it came down to the wire. It was so close in terms of PGC points. So even for those teams that are battling there at the bottom of the leaderboard, Young Kings, Underdogs, Troglodytes. I mean, Troglodytes right now in 14th place. That gives them 10 PGC points. Young Kings and Dogs, they get 5 apiece. So you've got to be thinking about all the other micro battles aside. But, I mean, obviously tomorrow's going to be the big day, right? We're going to talk about who we think is going to be the winner. But right now, I mean, there's so much closeness and movement here on the leaderboard.
I'd love to say that last game is indicative of a huge step change. I mean, we'll wait to see, right? But Troglodytes is definitely, they need to have a couple more of those, and by a couple I mean maybe even 3 or 4 of those games for that really to have an impact, and that relies ultimately on a lot of other teams not really moving an awful lot. Talk about how close the leaderboard is already. They're so far out of that cluster. So it's unfortunate because we've kind of been waiting for that sort of game from Troglodytes for the last 2 weekends, to be honest with you. So,
do you think anything goes into the mentality for some of those teams too that are, kind of taking off some of that rust? And take off that rust, Vinny. It's like he's going to be safe from Cherry, but I mean, obviously going forward, right? We've got PCS coming up. There's going to be even more on the line for PCS. And Troglodytes, I mean, that's a team with so much experience. Could you say that, all right, ESL might not have been a great event for us, but then we'll be ready for PCS?
I mean, yes, you could make an argument for this almost being an event to, format change, throw something out, see what sticks. But the problem being is seeing such a contrast in the way. I mean, Troglodytes, I'm not going to harp on them here, but they're a good example, right? It's such a contrast to what we saw previously that it's actually more of a concern than anything. If this is them trying something new, that's tough to really come away and find any positives from, right?
Absolutely. I mean, and this is a team that has LAN experience. They've been playing for a really long time.
Yeah.
These are names that have been in PUBG Esports for many years, and so to get to see them perform during the PCSs last year, the internationals, every kind of event, really, that they had that opportunity for that cross play, because there's no doubt that that is a factor here in the Americas region. You know, you can be as comfortable as you want when you're playing in your regional qualifiers, the North American players when they're playing just NA, the LATAM players when they're playing just the Latin. But when we get to the grand finals and the best of each region come together for the grand finals of the Americas, that's when we see a little bit of that change. Maybe so that confidence drops for some teams. Others maybe get a little too overconfident. I think make bold plays that sometimes probably, you know, maybe shouldn't have dropped their guard as hard.
I think there's an argument to be made that there is a little bit of disparity in the meta, obviously, with the LATAM group stage and then the North American group stage, right? So there is also that adjustment period that needs to be made. First event of the year as well, so there are still, I guess, with some roster changes and tweaks here and there, where there will be slight adjustments to the, you know, tendencies of team rotation pass.
Vinny is finding everybody today.
Yeah, Vinny's just can't catch a breath right now, to be honest with you. But these are the sorts of things that, I'll be honest, you could say would maybe impact the team. You'd allow a 20% swing, right? But to go from Troglodytes last year to what we're seeing now, like I said, you just come away with more questions than answers.
Sure, and I think too, I mean, you know, to jump off of Troglodytes or jump onto another team, a lot of the ones that are a good example for that, right? Shoot to kill. Shoot to kill started off strong, fell down a little bit. Oftentimes we see the opposite from some of those teams, right? We see them start a little bit slow, they kind of get a feel for the lobby, and then they come out strong. And so, you know, that's something that's been on my eye, is how well some of those teams that we typically expect to do good, that have started to fall down into the middle. I mean, it is still a close race at 143 points. Dodge, gas cans, shoot to kill, Yahoo. I mean, you heard the desk say it, one good game, and they can send themselves right there to the top of the leaderboard. But that's also depending on the fact that BBB, who's been on point, doesn't have a good game. Sonics, who've been finding the kills, doesn't have a good game. United, that always finds the late game and the kills, doesn't have a good game. And that's the struggle that we're starting to see from those teams that had a couple of bad games.
So the problem I have with that assessment is that SDK, prime example, we just haven't seen them do the basic, right? They were never a feast or famine team. They were a team that they would put up 7 or 8 points every single game, and then they would have you that one in 3, maybe 1 in 4 games where it's like a 15 to 20 kill win, right?
Yeah.
That's the SDK of old. We just haven't seen that. We haven't seen the consistency on the bad games. Their salvage kind of strat hasn't worked out. We haven't even really seen it be employed at all, if I'm honest. Which is a concern coming back to this format, because I used to sing their praises on, you know, one of the best teams that are adapting to an awful circle shift and just being like, guys, let's leave the vehicles, we're on foot, we're going to mark a team, we're going to push them, we're going to roll through them. I mean, you think back to the mill to power circles, like back in point format, where SDK would literally come in, south side of prison, they'd literally on foot through Lumberyard all the way down to, you know, potentially even Crossroads. They'd literally fight on foot, and even if they went out in, you know, 8th or 9th place, they'd have 10 or 12 kills. We just don't see that SDK anymore.
Yeah, and it's even funny you mentioned Lumberyard, because I think the best example of play that I've seen SDK lately was actually, I believe, I want to say the group stages, ALO, in the Lumberyard, right? Had an opportunity to get a good fight and find those kills, but it just kind of seems like they haven't been able to play the game that we've been wanting from them. Maybe they're trying things new, but it's really catching them off guard. And it's just kind of weird, because it's even the energy at which they're fighting, it just doesn't quite feel, like you said, like the domineering, you know, even when they're having a bad game, they're still silently getting kills. We're just not seeing that from them.
It's other things like, you know, the early game prep, those little plans of rotation camps on ATC and things that would always net them that 4 to 6 point safety net, right? Because ultimately you find 4 to 6 kills before circle 3. As far as I'm concerned, you have a much bigger spectrum to you know, throw out a risk.
Sure.
You know, push a team, crash somebody in circle, end of circle 2. You can do all those things, but SDK almost they're riding through on nothing until mid game, and then thinking, well, now everything rides on this one team fight. If it goes wrong, we're screwed. They don't have that almost kind of maintenance in terms of keeping these points ticking over.
Yeah, and too, I mean, you can see them right now coming out of their alt drop, which is Western military, which they'll do when they can't get to their North George comfortably, or South George comfortably. You know, and I remember in the past for a while we saw some alt drops from them, like Primorsk Fairy Pier. I actually kind of liked when they had Fairy Pier. I thought that was a good rotation for them. But that said, I mean, when you've got these late game rotations coming in late, good for them to start, but with so many people, I think, pressuring them along the edge, which is what we see a lot with these LATAM, I can definitely see that that's also a struggle where they've been not quite getting their position that they want to be in up in the late game. And another team as well that I, for a while, thought was suffering from that, just I think more so because the circles were a little bit weird with Sonics. Now that I think they've figured out how to get back in the center circle, not hitting late, not having that traffic. We're seeing them finally get those placement points, those late games. I mean, the kills were never a problem for the Sonics.
No, and I think that's it's a great comparison to make, where actually Sonics have adopted basically what SDK used to be very successful at, right? And they can kind of tick both boxes. These early rotations, they dive center, they can fight for center, and they're confident enough to do so when they're leaving Patinkia. 3.5, 4 minutes, right? But it's the other games where Sonics they pick up the slack. It's tough really for SDK because it's actually heartbreaking sometimes to see some of these games and the ways in which they're eliminated, the ways in which they fall or they lose one early and they go into, you know, it's almost desperation mode of trying to find something to hold on to because they used to look so good. They used to look so good at just walking over teams.
I will say, though, I mean, this will be obviously our second year in the mixed lobby. And so now second year mixed lobby, first year mixed lobby return to point system, a little bit of an adjustment, right? Because you're adjusting to the double meta, the meta of just the region, sub-region lobby, and the meta of the double lobby, preparing for things. I mean, we saw like Synergy just full send yesterday into Sonics without a plan, and that's the kind of wild, crazy, creative things that the LATAM teams can bring. But at the same time, as you say, you've got to be prepared for anything, the adjustability and the adaptability, because you're going to see the same thing at the global stage. But with the circles being as crazy as they've been, I mean, we're on Erangel at this point. Any circle is nothing that we've never seen before or haven't played a dozen plus times over, if not 100 times over. Even with this water in, as we switch to circle 2, all the way off, look at that. We've got kind of a South Yaz split for where we were last game mixed with Heaven and Mansion. And everybody's just about in the zone. It's only a handful of teams now that are going to have to reposition. So teams, for me at least, you know, what I'm looking for is their ability to fight through everything. And like you say, this is just, it's wild to me that it's been so close this whole tournament. Because I can't remember the last time that I saw teams with triple-digit scores with 2 days to go and the right-hand side of the leaderboard.
I mean, you also look at 22 on 4 wins, right? We were talking about this. I'm pretty sure we were talking about this fairly early on when they were posting wins and there was this huge disparity. But yeah, the leaderboard just seems to be something to constantly confuse me throughout this event. I think that trend will continue. But anyway, the game, the circle pulled back, pretty much a cut and paste.
Yeah.
Remember when we were saying gas station wasn't
so favorable, do I get
right?
to pick the favorable and unfavorable? Do you think if I actually pick this time that Heaven is favorable, it will actually be favorable? There we go. Throwball's out early. We talked about Throwball's last game. Troglodytes wasting no time for aggression. I really hope that last match kicked them into gear because you can see Rusty Zera already hungry for the kills as he's trying to reposition that off angle. We played the off angle last game. We're seeing it here again. So seeing if we can get line of sight onto members of Underdogs and just be able to spot, looks like arm attacks here and those nades going just a bit too far.
See that one finding its mark there. It says posting one.
Let's go. Oh, the drive-by newt. It's not a good situation to be in for the Underdogs. And E United also getting in on this action. You can see right now Colton lighting it up. And Kill Demo is actually going to get a rollover. So Troglodytes picking up quite a few kills, but they can't calm it down just yet. Nootropic and E United also right here along the area.
Right, looking to maybe pick up some of these early. There's A lot of players actually still up on this side of the circle. Troglodytes going to pull away from this. They're going to try and continue build on that momentum from the previous game. Already got 3 kills on the board before phase 2's even closed in, so that's already a massive improvement from, I guess, the trend we've
there's
seen.
a chance that Troglodytes have a second game like we saw last match. They could climb right up to that 12th spot below 22, and then suddenly we'll have 13 teams with 100+ points, which, again, that's absolutely wild to me. I can't remember the last time that it was this insane, which almost makes you wonder if this wasn't this much point sharing. We already have a team with BBB already beat 200, 250 points by now, because just look at the points. Look at how everybody is. That's wild.
I think Troglodytes is absolutely looking to continue and build that momentum.
Oh, he's got this. Execs, there you go. Getting that knock on the Hellas Senpai. Doesn't waste any time. I mean, they're making sure right now to secure their kills, because we've already seen today kills being stolen left and right from multiple teams. They know, again, that United's in this area. It's Nootropic. They've got to try and get anybody they can. Colton, though, has been spotted. You can see the damage coming out, trading both sides there. Execs is going to get him down to 45. Takes that quick healing break as the blue zone comes in. We'll see where the circle goes. And, well, how the cookie crumbles. That is a very familiar circle, Bug.
Yeah, we'll see if history repeats itself, at least positionally, not so much, as Sonics this time have that split with Ghost, Compound, and Yellows, but I'll come back to that a little later, as United still looking to fend off Troglodytes over on the north east side of this, but time will be an issue here. Again, the benefit of a lot of space just inside the circle when they do decide to make moves, but United leaving this pretty late to try and find these kills.
What's surprising to me as well is that, I mean, even outside of here, right, just to the south of this is the Rumblers, and just too easy. Rumblers aren't even in Yasnaya. They land Yasnaya, they loot Yasnaya. They're on the opposite side of Yasnaya from another team, and so depending on who from Troglodytes or United leaves this fight, they have to worry about the rest of the teams that are waiting for them inside the circle. But you can see right now, Nootropic, I'm gonna make sure that Kill Demo pinned down right now. The smokes are out, though. Res attempt is made. Meanwhile, Dodge just about flushed Honey Badger out there for Beat BG, built by Gamers. Trades coming out, though. Finna has been spotted by Balefrost, and you can see it's not going to be much cover from this. Mirage coming in late. Trying to see if he can give some backup to Cherry. It looks like there's going to be no help for a Res onto Finna just now, so Dodge going to have to play this one as a 2-man.
You got to try and get the hell out of almost garbage time, similar to what's going on in the north here. As Dodge will be able to slip through. Again, what they're going to be able to find, because the east side actually going to be gate kept by the Rumblers for the time being, and just too easy over to the north of that, just split outside Yasnaya.
I mean, this is such a good position to be that was available for free. United just completely rotated into this one, no problem, which on a circle like this is one of the strongest positions you can hold.
I mean, the problem is obviously with a very similar previous game, I guess that's just going to be ingrained in people's minds of what is prio. So United almost completely flipping their game plan from the previous game as to net them a golden compound, as you said. Troglodytes still outside the zone here. Again, some space to work with, a relatively decent send towards Yasnaya as Rumblers do pull up here, but they got shots coming in from all different directions.
Oh yeah, you see Keenan's got that perfect line of sight, gets the flush onto Waldo. It's not been a good day for Waldo. He's kind of been getting caught off guard in a lot of these early rotations. Meanwhile, you can see there in the kill feed, built by Gamers. Did do a number into Yahoo, but they are ultimately going to follow. The smokes are out. Yahoo working right now on recovering, should be able to get everybody back up. And
no flushes,
Troglodytes. No, I think they're going to be able to get everybody back up. The one player of Yahoo still standing, but smokes in, drive by Young Kings looking to capitalize on this, but actually it's going to be Sonics that helped him out here. Shitboy seeing what he can clean up now is just left and right members falling down. Sparking is going to connect there. It's that knock and the flush there and 1 FPS. Young Kings eliminated, and once again the smokes are out. Yahoo trying to see if they can recover, but STK, they are out for blood.
Trying to make use of this time here to find a little third-party opportunity, but nothing actually landing, way short with some of these throwables. Yahoo should have no problem in getting all 4 back on their feet. It's actually crazy. I'm pretty sure 3 members of Yahoo are on second knock right now. It's actually Keenan over the top. BBB have rotated away from the side here. Let's try and find some more pressure on the way in. Do they send it here? Again, these throwables look a little better from this angle, but no knock to work off just yet. I think BBB have to rethink their approach.
Yeah, I think Keenan actually is going back to Heaven Compound. I don't know if there was a resource that he needed or just looking to rethink, maybe use that high ground for a scouting to figure out where to go, because you can just see off in the distance, everybody right now is heading into zone. Just Too Easy, driving right through the thick of it. Dodge trying to keep as alive as they can. I mean, look at this. There's just not a lot of places to go. This was the circle we were fearful for last game, which is a field finish here. And meanwhile, another unfortunate rotation there in the inside as Yahoo finally running out of steam is eliminated. Shoot to kill. 1 kill to show for it. Hyruzen is going to go to Alo there, but I mean, you can see pulling back away from BBB. And Rumblers also still not in the zone, so it looks like might be Cherry. We're wrapping right up here onto Oldest. Sharp Shot might not be in a place to res just yet, depending on, it seems to be Corsac. Depending on what Corsac wants to do.
Ooh, he's going to catch the flush first. We'll find over the Sharp Shot now. Got to make use of that smoke whilst it's still there. Corsac has to make use of the vehicle. The blue is pushing him in. Well, Rumblers in a tricky situation here. Nothing tangible to pull up on here. And they did lose Waldo early, so at least they found themselves a 3v3 here with that flush being confirmed. But BBB will be able to regroup.
I mean, the thought here is really just playing through a team. The problem is that there's more than one team here. You can see in the minimap, Corsac's trying to wrap around through it, but he's just going to send right at the doorstep of Shoot to Kill there. He found a ridgeline to play, and I think is maybe read this situation, is realizing it is another team creeping up onto BBB, but Rumblers run out of time now as Phase 4 is closing in. They don't really have anywhere else to go, and they're going to have to play this weird edge, leaving Valiant behind to play anchor on the outside of this, but he can go. Throwables, Sharp Shot is going to get taken down. Corsac gets 1, but look at those trades. H1 even. Sonics finding 1 is just an unfortunate place for the Rumblers to be. Valiant, again, that last player held back into that odd position. The only one still up, trying to see if we can use that nade to do something here to BBB, maybe steal one of those kills before STK can confirm.
A little bit far away. Alo's actually going to spot him out. Rumblers out in the 11th. Valiant just desperate to find some more damage there with the nade, but BBB will be able to recover as 3 for the time being. And STK now have the benefit of the circle. They can leave BBB to recover because their next move is precarious at best.
I mean, I'm even curious to what BBB has left over in resources. As you see, what is up ahead, it is only a field, a little bit of coverage, the dips, anything that you can really play from at this point is taken, and so those vehicles that have left behind, we see Lowquicks has one himself. I mean, that's the best coverage you can create in an instance like this. We always talk about that field finishes. If you don't have cover, you've got to make it, but you've got to do it at the right moment, because if you make cover, you're on the edge of circle and it keeps shifting away, you're going to have to play the rest of it on foot, and you want to make sure you have the utility to make use of that. As we see Kickstart now with a smoke wall, United needing to cross the street, and this is going to be very risky, trying to do so while Sonics is distracted.
A window of opportunity. Make a move here for BBB, but they do actually concede a knock here, so it will be just 1 remaining. Troglodyte's still alive and kicking, but not for long. Kickstart lands a perfect nade. The second one's money too. Troglodyte's out in 10th. Kickstart finding both of those. The United now look to make moves.
I mean, look at 6 kills for United. You saw the drive-by there for Flood as he tried to get some action onto Just Too Easy. Smokes are out right now as you saw bullets in every direction. Gas cans trying to see what they can get here, as well as Shrimsy getting a little bit of damage hit there onto Kickstart. So United wasting no time. Throwables are out. Frag towards Just Too Easy. See if they can bully them out of that position, but Gas Can's still holding on to the Wizard Tower and Shack for cover. It's a good spot to have here, so United need to be careful. They unfortunately do lose 1. Colta getting that secure onto Relo.
STK actually a god angle here from Kurt as he tries to find some damage into the crater there. Actually, Alo going to get traded out on the back of that. Pippa will find the response after Capitan falls. The follow-up nade. The first looks perfect. The second even better. Halo will be confirmed here, so SDK quelled in terms of their approach towards Synergy. At least initially now. They're going to send a couple more throwables into the crater.
Quelled, I like that. Crater saw so much action last game. In fact, action with Synergy and 22 Esports. We can see 22 a little more successful this time around. 4 players up, 2 kills so far to show for it as that flush comes out onto Capitan. Balkan, meanwhile, pulls out another nade, seeing what else he can get down from shoot to kill. Synergy is going to be flushed out, though. Trades split up, the kills split up there to shoot to kill. And now that's exactly who 22 needs to be careful for. They've got Circle here in position, but they really want to play for what shoot to kill have. That is the better spot to be. Meanwhile, on the north side, Sonic's finally leaving their compound, bullying just too easy for that position, but you still got to remember both Gascans and United also need to get into the zone, and that's going to make this a very vulnerable position, but look at all of those nades. Oh no, I think he got run over by the car explosion. Ragnarati falls here.
So, and that's the thing that finds a knock. Out of all that utility invested, it's a vehicle that actually finds that knock. Sonic's, I guess, maybe not reading that just right. His mind will actually find Coda Kid and try to send some shots out, but Sonic's not comfortable what they're going to have to settle for here. Not enough really damage or a knock to try and capitalize on Just Too Easy's position.
I mean, throwables are still out. We saw the incendiary there in the grass setting everything on fire. Meanwhile, I'm not quite sure if United have any smokes left just yet. Kickstart not in a position to get that res onto Flood. As you see him is going to bleed out there in the kill feed. H1 gets credit for that kill. Sonics right now, though, they do have the zone. They've got some vehicles. I'm not sure how many of those are still functioning. They're right on the edge of zone, and so these two teams that we were concerned about whether or not they could get in, United, Gascans, still struggling. In fact, Gascans haven't even made the moves yet for the zone. I think they're waiting to see what happened with United first. Now that we've got the elimination message, Gascans starting on the move. The question is going to be, where can they go from here? As you see, shoot to kill, 22. Have one of the only other bits of cover here in the circle, and that might just be where Gascans have to send it.
Yeah, actually, SDK going to peel away slightly as Gascans find themselves a foothold here. But look as if they want to get a little bit curious towards this fight over on the east here. Sonics and Just Too Easy conceding knocks. Actually, it's Gascans from afar that gets involved, Clover.
Yeah, there you go. Nikus is going to get a knock as well. I think it might have also been Waikikamu. Actually, is that a shotgun? Loquix has a shotgun, but Nikus's nade is going to make sure that that shotgun doesn't see the light of day. As you see another vehicle explosion comes back out. Just Too Easy down to just 2 players. As Sonic's now 5 kills are giving them a little bit of breathing room. They're waiting for the push coming in from the Gascans. You can see H1 has broken vests, so they are a little badly bruised from some of these previous fights out here. And there's all the time in the world now. So wait for phase 7 to see where the circle's going to go. I mean, we've got this split between the north and the south, so the circle may make or break anything. Is actually going to be shoot to kill. It's got everything good for them in the south. All 3 teams up here in the north, not too far. The Sonics do need to make moves. As you see Shrimsy starting there, finding that knock onto Coda Kid. Still waiting for Gascans.
Yeah, one will be confirmed here, but again, how far they want to dig to find this last player here is Waikikamu actually going to find a response onto H-Win. And Gascans can't close this gap, so it's just to really keep Sonics honest for the time being. Gregstro actually spotting out from afar here, landing the first, but difficult to convert that as well. Luke 12 actually finds one onto Haven. SDK still a little bit cautious to make moves onto 22. They've allowed them passage into the new circle, or at least control of that crater to play it, but you got to question the utility levels now in the late game. From what we've seen from SDK already, they haven't really had bodies to loot. They haven't had a clean wipe on a team yet, but they've invested an awful lot in trying to chip away at 22.
Yeah, I mean, we saw already what kind of happens when you run out of that, right? United ran out of utility and kind of got them in a bit of a tough place. So whether or not a team is sitting on it, waiting for the final moment to make sure they have it when they truly need it, or like you said, not having anything left and waiting for those opportunities to try to get that loot. Meanwhile, Sonic starting to make those moves finally up to the north. H-Win is going to get knocked. Waikik Mukau spots him out here. Mime, Tiggleton, Shrimzy wrapping in to help, hoping that push came in from gas cans, but they hadn't quite crested over the hill. Mime's going to back out, make sure he's not too vulnerable for the teams to the south, but those teams are distracted there, as you see in the mini little picture-in-picture. Mime still looking to see who he can shoot at, but Nikus finds that connection. Sonics might not have that time for the res, but Tiggleton is going to go for it anyways. No throwables came out from the gas cans, so the gas cans might also just be down to flashbangs.
I think the gas cans invested so much onto Just Too Easy that they are just relying on non-lethals right now. Yeah, whether or not the Sonics really picked anything up, you can see Shrimzy's got absolutely nothing to play with here. Still one Just Too Easy snake in the bush here, unnoted as of yet. That is actually
dangerous.
It's pretty problematic for the Sonics. If they try and push any further towards gas cans, that could be a real thorn in their side.
Yeah, and that actually looks like that is the direction that he's looking in. And I mean, we've seen Just Too Easy. Their snake game is on point. When you've got that one player left, you're looking for that final kill, quick knock, making sure you secure that flush, get the credit for that point. And again, we talked about Just Too Easy having a good weekend before, having a good day before. If they can keep that up today, we can see them climb to the top 10 and potentially the top 9 or even 8 by the end of this weekend. So they're definitely going to be something they have to keep an eye out. But I mean, it's this fight between 22 and Shoot to Kill. I'm actually amazed at how long it's been going on. And as we've talked about repeatedly, I mean, these teams are kind of running out of utility, but Shoot to Kill is sitting on it. Penta's got 5 smokes, a nade, and an incendiary still left to use. And you know that there's got to be more between the rest of them. So I think Shoot to Kill thinking about that late game. They're thinking about what's going to happen after they get out of this fight with 22 and what's to come up to the north with gas cans and Sonics.
SDK's way of thinking is here as Kurt look at the probe. Actually, Luke going to find H-Win at range here. I think Shrimzy going to be put in an awkward position to try and hold down the fort here as Gascans actually prioritize the west side here. But a trade will come through. Waikik Mukau, Greg shot on opposite sides of Stephen Fire. Actually, Nikos goes down as well. So Gascans dropping like flies here. No confirmed just yet.
You know, Shoot to Kill, like you said, they started to take that fight there with Sonics, and then all of a sudden 22's fighting gas cans. It's like the change dance partners here, and Shoot to Kill really looked at opportunity to capitalize, and unfortunately Kurt got spotted out there. As you see, Tiggleton is going to get that knock there, and 22 refocusing their attention back onto Shoot to Kill. So everybody's just kind of trading around at this point. You can see that's why everybody has been clothed. Shrimzy, you've got to see him. Oh no, this is so dangerous. Shrimzy is going to get spotted. Just Too Easy. Snake Ned is going to get him down there. And there we go. Oh, one member. I think it's just Tiggleton still standing. This is not a safe place to res. We're going into phase 9. The blue is going to move. Gas cans 3 up. Everybody else just about down to a solo. The Luke 12 working on that res for Penta. See if they can keep that 1-2 up.
Yeah, somehow Luke still has smokes to play with. I'm entirely sure SDK things. Just SDK things.
Yeah, just SDK things. SDKs and throwables. I mean, I want that on a t-shirt, you know? There you go. I love this. They've got that watchful eye on the Lasmer Haven there for 22. They know he's there. Gas cans keeping that pressure too. The biggest threat right now for the gas cans is to make sure that they don't split their attention too much between all the solos. It looks like everybody has their homework. Waikik Mukau's got Sonics. Greg Shot and Nikus have the other members. You can see Waikik Mukau has figured out now where Tiggleton is. Unfortunately, he is going to fall here. Tiggleton has a damaged helmet, a damaged vest. There's not much he can do from it. The trade is going to come out. It's now a 2v2. Sonics, Stevie, a fall in here. Shoot to Kill versus gas cans. Luke 12 is going to connect some of that damage. No knock just yet. 12 kills, though, for Shoot to Kill as Penta lands a headshot. Looking to close the gap. Now they know where Greg is. Seeing if they can find that angle. But you can see Greg Shot also has that level 3 helmet. The flashbangs are coming out. The push comes to shove and Shoot to Kill. Finally getting that victory there. 14 kills as they round out Erangel.
Definitely needed one of those. That was looking a little more like, I guess, a composed, very, very thoughtful approach towards the end game there. I was questioning, really, of where they were choosing to dial back, right? It looked like they had a couple of really, really I guess, tangible opportunities to really force that fight on 22. I was questioning it, but it worked out in favor, right? Whether or not that's the third-party factor and just so much pressure coming in from elsewhere. But STK rack up the kills necessary. I mean, they came into, I feel like they only had 1 or 2 kills by the time they got to that crater. So they really actually just farmed the late game there.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw the match prior, that crater had just seen so much action. For this game, it was once again 22 and synergy. So while it felt very slow, they had to be careful because, I mean, as you saw, every time they left the crater, they got shot at from the north. We had so many teams playing around the edge, and with that field finish, it had to be very slow and careful, and so many teams running out of utility. It was, of course, going to be shoot to kill. As we said, Luke 12 holding out of that smokes till the very end, and those came in clutch perfectly. So really great play. I mean, if anything, I think we were kind of hounding on shoot to kill, saying we haven't been seeing the type of shoot to kill that we like. That felt like the shoot to kill of old. But guys, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, Desk's going to break that game down, and then we'll be on to Miramar, so don't go anywhere.
once again to the PUBG ESL Masters Grand Final, Day 2, Week 2. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again on the desk is Godspeed and Toffees, and we finally get to see a shoot-to-kill win, Godspeed.
We finally indeed do. As I said at the top of the show, can't count them out.
Okay.
Can't count them out. I feel like they're just getting started. That's it. That's my point.
Of course he's gonna bring it back, Toffees, that he brought up shoot to kill.
See the giant grin? No words necessary. Just sitting there with that
I mean, it's a bold pick. SDK is a really bold pick, right?
Sure.
So,
How are those Rumblers doing, by the way?
Now, he said he was going to
keep
keep an eye on them. He didn't say they were going to do well.
That's fair.
No, I did pick them to do well. He's right. Look, there's 2 games, and as my boy Hypox says, anything can happen. You know?
Anything can happen.
Anything is possible. You know what else can happen?
What's possible?
What's possible?
Hit me.
Replays.
We are ready to get into
highlights.
We ran it back, Godspeed. Run the same circle one more time, and oh no!
We ran, same circle. Not necessarily similar results, although I will say this field was an absolute mess. We see Yahoo and Triple B fighting as well, and I believe it was Rumblers that tried to take a similar path. But STK, man, I mean, they swept this entire south side of the circle. They held control quite early from here. They didn't have to do a lot of moving, and I mean, Alo obviously fragged 4 frags before everyone else on the team, but
I
want to know. I'm very curious. I even said actually in the green room, I was like, that actually might be his best play, right? Because it's so kind of wild and unexpected, and sometimes it's hard to see people on the road, but he stuck out like a sore thumb. I want to know what Alo's comms were like. What the hell? Someone's just on the road.
Yeah, is there speed bumps coming out of Yaz? I'm not sure. Just too easy. I mean, look, they had a great position in the field and were lying prone so long that I don't even think they ever saw Sonic's approaching them, Toffees.
I mean, I think you pointed it out. They had a shotgun down in there. Like, that was their defensive strategy, was lay down and shotgun when they push in. So not great. That said, Sonic's a wet late game. I look forward to hearing Shrimpsy on Twitter later, though, guys.
Oh, yeah, man. Got the hardest alert set for that.
As soon as that happened, I remember saying, I'm pretty sure Shrimps is furious.
I can't imagine why he would be. Nejum just snaked his way and managed to snake away a kill from Sonics. But shoot to kill in the end, 14 kills, 24 total points. That's going to do wonders for them climbing up the board. But unfortunately, Sonics still collecting points of their own.
Yep, Sonic's indeed collecting points. I think we really need to talk about gas cans as well, though. We didn't really touch on them that game. And I think it was Steve, you were saying at some point the entire northwest of that circle was under their control. It might have been you, Poro, but I just remember us talking about it. And they had an entire swath of the circle cut for them. There was no resistance. They were able to completely come in for free. And then they pretty much imposed their will up until the very end.
They did.
It was a little tough.
They got a gift from the heavens with the box that, like, I think gave them a little extra time. But ultimately, Sonics has just been playing really, really well. STK has been playing out of their mind today, so good call on that one, Godspeed. As they start to climb again. STK at the end of the day yesterday had me a little stressed, down to 7th. But they're on the slow burn, and honestly, they're very close to being up there in the top 2, probably by end of day today.
I mean, we came into this weekend talking about Sonics, how they were looking strong, but they weren't finding the late game the way we were kind of used to. And now all of a sudden, 50 placement points and 131 kill points, Toffees. Have these guys adjusted to getting back to this points format?
They absolutely seem to have. That's the beauty of a patina. The rust will fall off, and the experience, the damage, the scars that, a long career leave behind, that remains, and you're seeing that in these players. For instance, I don't think Shrimsy, the scar of being shot there and killed by that snake, will ever go away. He will crawl a little longer next time, perhaps. But they have been playing very, very well. I also want to give a shout out to Yaho. At the start of the day, you said which 2 teams have a chance, and Godspeed chose Rumblers of getting to the left side of the board. I chose Yaho, and they're doing a great job. I think that they've worked hard. They've made it into 8th place, and they're still climbing. So that's a team that, again, I look at their pedigree, and I think they have a lot of potential, and I want us to continue to see them climb.
Absolutely, and we saw Synergy as well was kind of not as much of a performance that time around, but they're still after the other game was they're still kind of in that conversation for the top spot. Now we are done with Erangel. 2 more on Miramar. Godspeed. Who you got your eyes on?
Still STK, actually. I still really like STK on Miramar, even though they've had good and bad games on Miramar, just like they have on Erangel. But I do feel like this is a map that when they capitalize really big, especially because of where they loot. So STK for me.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'll buy into that. I mean, SDK is like as rock. Like, they sometimes take a while to get started, but once they start to roll downhill, it's a pretty good day for them. So moving over there to that map, particularly with the way that they've been playing lately, I think they're going to do pretty well. Once you start it rolling, there's no stopping the STK. Kings of the throwables, at least for the last match.
Until next time. But I'm going to break tradition here. I'm going to break and go away from you guys, and I'm going to say United. I think it's still a heck of a good team. They're still right there. We haven't really been talking a whole lot about them, but that's a team that was coming off of back-to-back North American, or America's, actually, victories. So keep an eye on them. But we are ready to head into game number 3 with your casters, Clover and Hypoc.
Clopoc.
I'd love to know what you're saying.
There we go. My bad.
You
know what? It had to happen. I muted myself. I was just all right, there we go. You know, it's bound to happen eventually. We all have those moments, but there we go. You know, the guys did say, obviously, watching ahead, shoot to kill Miramar. That's definitely something that I've got my eye on. I'm also kind of looking to see if United will have a good Miramar game. It worked well for them yesterday. They already had one chicken dinner today, so somewhere that I've got my eyes on. What about you? Anybody that sticks out to you for Miramar?
I'm sticking with my day one prediction is SDK. I just think back, and again, actually, what was it? The Penta 10 kill solo game. I think SDK's Miramar game has felt a little more consistent. I mean, even thinking back to some of those Southern Circles, those really awkward Southern Circles where they were still able to post good numbers, and even closing out that win just down to the south of Los Leones. So definitely, when you think back over the SDK performance, those are the more notable ones. They come from Miramar for me.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess the other thing obviously now is, you know, we're getting into the latter half of today, the penultimate day, tomorrow being the final 5 matches. So with 7 to go, I think we're going to see, some of those careful teams, you know, people who are taking that moment back. They're saying, hey, we're not going to push just yet. We're going to be a little bit more careful. That's going to start to fall away. We have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, all very close together. Still one good game away. SDK just had a good game. That's what they needed to play catch up again there with the top 5. Sonics have been active every game. BBB have been active every game. United have been active every game. And that's what we're watching for through the rest of the today. But real quick, guys, we did have one player with a little bit of issues, so we're going to just stall for a moment and give you guys some really cool stats. Tiggleton actually jumping Ethan there in top kills. It's insane.
Yeah, that's it. Well, back at his rightful place, I guess. Tiggleton at the top. It was actually looking a little awkward early on where Sonics weren't really represented in any of these stat lines, honestly. I mean, other than damage, but that's just Sonics. Sonics do an ADR farm, and they love to poke with the mini through the mid game. But this is actually interesting, right? We're talking about a few teams, I guess, being a little stronger post these tweaks and roster shuffles, but it's nice to see some new logos represented here, right? I mean, you think back to last year and how many of these were just cut and paste. It would be, 3, maybe even 4 members of Sonics represented here.
Absolutely. I mean, Dodge really was one of those teams that I think a lot of us were wondering whether or not with the roster change was going to be just as strong. Ethan has been a beautiful fit onto that team, but there you go. Shrimsy, Tiggleton, Kickstart, not a surprise to see them there with the top damage leaders. Wykick and Mukau, knowing that strength for him coming out of the APAC region now and into North Americas, no surprise there. And Nikus, I mean, when we polled a lot of the players and asked them who's one of the players that you think is the most up and coming, a more underrated player, doesn't get the credit they deserve, everybody said Nikus, and you can see why. I mean, that proactivity. This Gas Cans roster might be the strongest that we've seen from them yet, and it makes me so excited to watch them play throughout the rest of the year. I mean, even the way that they handled the last 2 games, because they were such similar circles, how they rotated up and down along the edge. They didn't quite fully commit to one fight. They had their eyes everywhere. Ultimately didn't win either of those games, but they used that as a great scoring opportunity and a great ability for that late game presence, those placement points. Because remember, we're back on the points rule, and that's what I love about Gas Cans. I mean, Adam, I think, has just done some magical things with that team.
Yeah, and it's a very visible difference in game as well in terms of the decision making. Gascans, I mean, previously the name's synonymous with ratty camping and sitting in rotation paths and things like that. Now they're looking a lot more comfortable in just taking all out team fights, right? Getting themselves into a kind of a safe spot come circle 2 and 3, but then just picking a team fight and committing to it, and also looking just damn good at it, right? It was one that was always tough to think back and think, oh, Gascans have lost somebody from trying to sit and camp rotations or camp a bridge or crash a compound early on or take a really greedy split. Now the meta has completely changed for them. So really, really happy to see that progress. And honestly, Waikiki Mukau has looked deadly in some scenarios. It's good to see him represented actually on some of the stats leaderboards as well, because I think that's credit where credit's due. It's been one of their biggest successes, right? Is how prominent Waikiki Mukau has been in some of these games.
Yeah, I mean, we joke about how we have all of these APAC players that come in from Oceania, so New Zealand and Australia, and how it's always the best NA players are from there. But, I mean, these are players that put in the work. I mean, they play with NA in the off hours, just, hey, somebody's streaming, somebody's playing. They're coming in and they're enjoying. So to see them kind of break away from Fury and some of those other APAC region teams start to play more in the North American teams, I think that they fit perfectly well into the meta. I think that that's also going to help the North American teams be a little bit stronger when we go to some of those international events. And now, as you guys can see, we are finally in the game. That one player that was having issues got that resolved, and we're switching things up to Miramar. So now, we always talk about crazy circles. I'm going to get this one out of the way. Miramar, it's a bigger map. We get those insane hard shifts, and that can be harder to plan around. So those teams that send center, the teams that play prio for those center compounds, oftentimes can be a little bit more of a successful. And with this lobby, having a lot of edge teams, those teams that fight along the edge, don't quite go to the center, it's been making these Miramar games really interesting for me, Hypoc. And so that's kind of why I think a lot of people are saying shoot to kill. Is there any other edge teams, like a team that maybe isn't that aggressive, that you think of when you think of Miramar?
It's funny you say that, because I remember having this conversation with Poro. It's on some of the weird circles, particularly that south one, right? Was how actually center focused it was, which is one that you always expect, right? There's these really awkward terrain spots. There's like the warehouses just outside Los Leones. Those are kind of givens, right? There's going to be one or two teams there, but there were so many teams trying to send it center. They were literally fighting already, come circle 3 and 4. They were fighting on foot for center of a circle that is essentially, I don't want to say unplayable, but the middle of it is just no man's land. And that was why it was so strewn with solos and duos, and that was really bizarre to me. Whether or not that was kind of reading into the same things that we would expect, it being a very edge-heavy circle or a very edge-heavy lobby in general, that maybe teams trying to over-adjust to that. It was really bizarre to watch.
Yeah. And too, for those watching at home, we say that, a circle is easier, a circle is difficult. Oftentimes what we mean is, do the players have a place to go? Do they have a place they can be safely and defend themselves for? And so when we have a lot of that open terrain, those hard shifts, everybody's going to have to rotate together, maybe leave their vehicles, go on foot. Do they have any cover? That's really what we're talking about when we have hard circles. Now, this is the most vanilla circle we could ever have on Miramar. And you know what? These guys deserve it. This is a good first circle for them to have.
Well, yeah, that's Circle 1. As we know, Circle 2 has done some weird and wonderful things, but at least, blank canvas. This is where we want to start. A little bit of normality to Miramar, as a couple of teams actually overlapping slightly. I'm not sure what memo Hyruzen got ahead of this, but he's very disconnected from the rest of Yahoo up towards Los Leones. But at least here, I don't think there's an issue going to be any fighting, at least over any of these cities or any spots. And I think probably about 90% of the players are going to be at least inside Circle 1.
Yeah, I mean, we should see some repositioning. I think a couple teams going to the compound, the long compound on the edge of La Bendita, a couple of those compounds along the road. Elsewhere, most people don't really need to move. It's just the teams in El Pozo, the teams in Monte, like Bing Bang Boom, who are watching right now. Now, we got to see those stats before the game, and Bing Bang Boom, with I believe it was Roth and Oldless in the running for top kills, and that's been also fantastic to see because. You know, in various iterations of teams, you know, I like to think back to Zenith. That was such a phenomenal roster. I loved Roth with that grouping of people. But after PGI, people split up. Kickstart went to Oath, which is now United, and things kind of shook up. And I didn't quite think that any other iteration of a roster with Roth through the rest of the year was as strong. Looking at this current team, I feel so much confident in the grouping of them together as I did when I looked at Zenith at PGI.
I mean, for my part, if not more so. Again, I think Roth's one of those IGLs that it almost relies heavily on how invested the team are around it. Again, there was some internal conflicts for Zenith that was not necessarily apparent in game, but those things they are dwelling in the background. Over time can become an issue. Punich actually landed a hell of a lot of damage here.
One more.
Oh, nearly
Valiant,
caught it as
you
well.
are so lucky right now. You can see Waldo actually was coming in for support. It looks like Valiant went ahead and told him, nah, go on. But Punich is smart here. He's not let up. If anything, I think he's just out of bullets. He's got... Oh, there you go. Just picked up some more. You better get out of there, Valiant.
I know. At this point, send a couple more, but... Just too easy making early moves. Just on the 4-minute mark here, already down to the south side of Bendita. Again, a little bit of space to work with as well. You actually Rumblers heading over to the north side, so these are the two real focal points of center circle right now. Again, Minas a consideration to make, but that's going to be under pretty tight control for me. United. I don't expect anybody really to overstep the mark early on here.
Yeah, I mean, United, Minas has been their spot for over 2 years. So obviously the big issue is sometimes we'll talk about the early game is if you drop into a spot and then through the whole game you can't leave there, you're not going to have as much loot as you want. Minas, there's a lot of places to loot. There's a lot of loot to be had there. So they should still be fairly comfortable from that spot. But you can see, I mean, the pressure on every direction from them. Shoot to kill, also land Hacienda. They haven't really moved far from their drop spot either. So they run the risk of being in a similar situation where if they're there too long, they can become stagnant if they don't get to re-up on any of those resources. But just about everybody in the zone safely. I mean, you called it. We're not really going to see much infighting. That the shooting that we're seeing right now going on across the map is really just kind of that peacocking, right? People establishing presence, saying, "Hey, I'm here. Keep driving." Maybe trying to see if they can knock somebody on a rotation, like we saw there towards Valiant. But it's nothing too serious. Everybody's really just getting comfortable right now.
Sonics actually get themselves into the west side a little later than expected, to be honest, but at least we'll find something to work from early on. United just trying to save a couple of vehicles in case they need to make a desperation move, but very few scenarios where they're not ultimately going to be inside circle 3 here at Minas. Say that, I've forgotten the golden rule of circle 2 on Miramar.
Yeah, the golden rule is that's always going to be that hard shift. I think I can count on maybe like one hand the time that circle 2 has been a center shift.
This will be the one now. You've just undone the curse, so by the laws of PUBG, it's centering on Minas.
I'm trying to think of what the craziest circle I've ever seen has always been that one that centers up on the wall to the north past, like west of Oasis. Those are the circles where you just keep thinking it's gonna pull away from the edge of the map.
Yeah, surely not. Yeah, surely it doesn't go there again, and then
Never.
It does.
And watch. I've already cursed Game 5. Everybody watching from home, just remember this moment in case that is the circle next match. I'm not quite sure who Roth took some fire from. I think Troglodytes might be the only one in the... Oh, it's gas cans. Okay. It's be gas cans, actually, from across the other hillside are taking shots. Gas cans in a bit of a 2-2 split. The others on the other side of the road, you can see just barely in the mini-map. It's like Greg shots and Adam. Looks like, yeah, it is Greg Shot and Adam just on the Picado side. Meanwhile, Troglodytes found themselves Fisher. Went on a little excursion himself, and it looks like Exex is going to go ahead and break away from this. Troglodytes used to be that team that would double down and fight in game one if they found somebody. I think they finally started to break that habit, which for me was always one that I hated to see. I mean, it's great to get some kills, but you really want to keep it.
Is Paragua actually going to take a little damage in transition here. BBB going to send some shots out, at least force Paragua to regroup. Pippa actually got himself a dirty angle up in the top of the hangar here. Great sight lines here outside, but Troglodytes going to be knocking on Fisher's door here as he to the vehicle will look to regroup here. Pippa with that angle. Look at that angle. That is disgusting towards this compound.
I mean, that's so wild. Pippa, I think, is probably one of the more underrated players for this event that hasn't been getting as much credit. I mean, he's been hitting these wild shots. He's been putting in so much damage work for his team, the proactivity that we've seen time and time again. And as you say, I mean, that's just such a nasty shot to hit. But also, I mean, shout out to Troglodytes for just full courage wolf sending it to that compound, pushing Fisher away. I mean, they wanted that position. They kind of read that Fisher was the only one there, and they took a chance with that full crash, knowing that Fisher probably wasn't going to take a stand that early on. So everybody is inside the zone now. We're just waiting for the blue to do its thing and see where the circle's going to take us, what kind of flavor we're going to get for this match as we shake things up on Miramar. And 63 alive. I mean, just the one kill at one member of Dodge. Everybody else still sitting pretty comfortable.
So I think at this point, the players are almost conditioned to expect the worst here on Miramar. So a much slower start here as BBB continue to make inroads. They will pass Sonics here on the west. Heading straight towards Dodge. I mean, I've already said the only team to lose a member right now over towards Graveyard.
I'm not quite sure what their play is here, because there's not a lot of open, safe spaces to put down, unless they're just trying to weave through closer to Minas. But even then, that low ground dip south of Minas isn't the safest place to play this early. So I'm a little bit concerned as, Sharp Shot is going to lose a tire. Let's struggle things out a bit, trying to give some return fire to Sonics, give himself a quick breather to recover. He's going to be able to use that momentum to get him ultimately towards teammate. And there we go. Circle's going to shift. And it is still Minas. Not a extreme
centered up on Minas, right?
Yeah, you called it.
We take those. We take those.
Yeah, I can't think of the last time we had a circle with Junkyard into play this late, too. I mean, we could potentially have a Junkyard finish. I like that.
Well, the problem with the circle is always 17 rock, right? And kind of eliminating that unplayable makes this really, really awkward to read at this stage. I think we're going to see a couple of teams maybe over-rotate to the north, but there's lots of bodies to get in this circle. I mean, everything south of Minas right now, if you're fighting for it, it's kind of garbage time. There's I mean, do you pin everything on holding onto a compound that's so far away from center? Because center, literally, for this, it's on 17 rock. Literally lies on 17 rock.
And you can see, too, I mean, Sonic's having to stop now and fight just too easy. It's not a safe rotation for them to take as they need to get out of La Bendita. And there's throwables on both sides. Smokes are out. Nades are out. And so are the ARs as Sonic's look to see if they can find a knock here and open things up. Tiggleton preparing right now. And you can see the smokes still out. We got a little bit of X-ray for our observer view on, but the Sonics can't see too much. You're just waiting for something to happen here for just too easy. And there you go, another nade, Shrimsy. This one might be good. Ooh, first nade does hit the second one. It's gonna find that knock, and that is gonna be like the call there for Sonics to take this push if they've read the situation, realize that it's not a full team in this position just yet, but you can see there on the minimap, the other two members of Just Too Easy in the area. Low Quicks, though, is gonna get that knock onto Shrimsy. Tiggleton setting up, seeing if he can find something here. Gets Low Quick slow. Mime is actually going to be the one to get the credit for, but Tiggleton cleans up that kill. And from range, Troglodytes trying to third party this.
Each one actually going to respond with a little bit of damage in turn, but he's half of Just Too Easy going to be cleaned up relatively easily. I mean, Shrimsy does fall, yes, but this is Sonic's ultimately getting held inside Bendita, so that exact scenario we're talking about, where again these rotation paths become so difficult if you commit to something like Bendita and the circle does what it's done.
Hands. we saw it on the map for a split second. Gas cans starting to creep to the western side of Troglodytes out of this. Adam ultimately did manage to get a knock on to kill Demo. Smokes are out. Necro should have an easy time getting a res, but look at this. Adam actually on a bike, trying to close that gap real quickly, looking for those points there onto Troglodytes. I mean, this is interesting early aggression from Gas cans. Why kick Mukau, get that flush around to kill Demo, and now Execs trying to figure out what's the play here. Does spot Adam, but there we go. Almost gets him down, but not quite enough. Execs falls here. Rusty Zera getting a trade there onto Waikik and Mukau. Nikus getting Necro. It is players left and right. Troglodytes down to just one. It's Rusty Zera, but he's in the blue. A little bit late to this fight. Go. It looks like he is going to stop just a bit short now. Nades out. I'm not sure if he's got the angle on this yet. I think he could be waiting for the res to come up for Gas cans. Falls up just a bit short, but it's going to take Adam's attention away. Not quite yet in a position to get that res onto Waikik and Mukau. The flush comes out. Adam gets knocked. Rusty Zera still the only one standing, but he is making damage now here onto the Gas cans.
Out of the woods just yet. Rusty struggling inside the blue circle. Did actually center up once again, pretty much. A slight pull to the west, but Unas still looking like prime real estate, and United still control 90% of it almost.
Oof. I mean, there's a good elimination there onto Troglodytes, but I mean, again, Gas cans. This is such a proactive early game for them now. Meanwhile, Bing Bang Boom, BBB versus BBG, built by gamers. You can see Keenan looking for another angle. Can't quite find it to flush Honey Badger. Waiting to see if he can spot another member, but it's going to be Balefrost that gets Old List down now. Keenan's all on his own. Hikerman. You can see they're really just trying to be careful not to make themselves too vulnerable, using just the little slivers there to catch any member off guard, but Hikerman's got no choice now but to leave that compound so we could try to get a better line of sight here onto Keenan, who's still up. If they can get Keenan quickly, they might still be able to res Honey Badger here.
We'll put down a couple of smokes just to make them question exactly where this is coming through, but that's an awful... Keenan somehow still has 5 smokes. Okay, yeah, that's not an awful lot of investment, I guess.
Ooh. So BBB now 4 strong. Looks like Honey Badger did bleed out, but you can see through this area, teams are starting to rotate through. Synergy went right through the Rumblers, now going through BBB and BBG, but they're going to keep on sending it to the other side of Minas. United pretty much just left Flood behind and then went to the western side to see if they could fish out anybody else who was rotating through Graveyard. Didn't quite work out in their favor, and in a way gave up, I think, a stronger position. But that said, you can see BBG really, I think, have a good control here of the crossroads.
There's Underdogs from 22 still stuck on, I guess, hard edge here. Actually, some damage coming in afar from Dean Zera. Haze 10 will fall. Just kind of slowing things down here. Again, not really the spot you want to be caught off guard here. I guess maybe playing for that unplayable shift, but I'm looking at the possible outcomes here. I'm not sure just how prominent it's going to be in a circle like this, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and you can see that the throwables are out. Underdogs, they've really just pinched down right now. 22 Esports trying to get this on every angle. One member that did go wide was spotted out, so the pressure's on. Sonics also were hanging out in the blue, I think, trying to see if any of them were going to wrap wide. They didn't, but Yahoo is going to get that knock there onto Tiggleton. Win very low on HP, down to 16. You can see it was a headshot that did the bulk of that damage. The throwables are out. Yahoo knows exactly who it is. Mime also coming in a bit late, stopping short, hoping to find any angle he can on Yahoo, but that nade from Sparking took out his teammates. Win, knocked down Tiggleton, flushed, and there you go. The hard shifts that we've come to expect on to Miramar is going to go far west. So Mime now having to make that hard decision to go for the zone, leaving his teammate behind. I mean, this is not a safe spot to get a res. Young Kings different YK there, spotting out Mime. That's it. Sonic's eliminated into 15th place. 22 Esports still alive and fighting on the edge, but they've got to move quickly. 9 seconds till the blue is going to move. Nade out from Haven. Is this going to be enough? 22 have to get rid of the underdogs if they want to do anything here.
Like I said, this now just becomes garbage time again. We've seen this a few times this evening, but really, 22 Esports, 1 kill. How much do you invest into making sure that underdogs go and leave? You can always see here, Haystead has lost a wheel on the buggy. Yeah, if underdogs really can find anything on the way into this, because Yahoo positions to the south of them.
I love it. I mean, Synergy have a good position. STK also have a really good position. And with 6 teams, excuse me, all on the eastern side, not yet in the zone, it's going to be a bloodbath from this point on. I mean, you called out some of the unplayable rocks in this area and how that was going to affect the ladder circle. Now that we're moving into the mid-game, we're starting to see just how dangerous that is. But Yahoo is taking those shots right there. It is going to be a trade-out. Sparking falls. Not before taking down one. Arm attacks. It's not going to be a chance for a res here as the blue zone still continuing to move through this area. Underdogs have to continue on without him, but Punich looking to see if he can take down another. Gets shot himself, though, falls here. Yahoo falling apart now as the underdogs continue towards the zone.
And Hyruzen split at the start of things, still split now, so you will be able to find actually a consolation prize to eliminate just too easy here. But Young Kings also positioned to gatekeep this eastern side. Oh, damage comes through. Yeah, actually the first does. Ojuel going to find it. Actually, the trade comes through. I'm not sure what Young Kings' plan was here. They got one player massively overextended.
I mean, it's interesting here. I mean, you can see now, even with those meds, that's going to be it for the underdogs. But this high ground, this positioning that we saw with Synergy, now perfect line of sight on those fights at hand. BBG doesn't have anywhere else to really go. And you can see Pippa is going to spot Hikerman as they do take down one. Fisher holding back, trying to help call out information in case any more get spotted. But Paragua shoot, close in range, finds another. Built by Gamers have completely fallen here. And you can see most all of the work done in by Synergy, who I think have continued to find that synergy with themselves. They should be able to get that res onto Pippa, stay 4 up. And I mean, look at the top of that leaderboard down the left side, Pac. We've got BBB, EU, Shoot to Kill, Synergy, all still 4 standing.
So actually, if he finds the final blow there onto round 1, Young Kings will fall in 11th. Somehow, I mean, the remnants of 22 and underdogs still clinging to life. SDK actually the next line of defense. Well, I spoke too soon.
Oh, there we go. I'm really, I feel for Vinny there. I mean, but you got to know that you're a little bit vulnerable. And speaking of vulnerable right now, gas cans finding Bing, Bame, Boom as they get themselves eliminated. Gas cans picking up a few more kills, but they've got to work on that recovery. Are going to lose one in the process as the trade comes out. 7 teams, 21 players up. The circle, once again, with a lot of open terrain, but there's still hillsides. There's still more to play from, but we're finally pulling away from Minas.
Oh, yeah, you're going to find Adam. Yeah, the remnants of Rumblers still alive and kicking here. Waldo will find a second onto Greg's shot. Some juicy kill points to find if they can, but Kickstart actually from afar, Snakers with the flush just leaves Waldo. What can he find inside the warehouse?
Yeah, we can see, I mean, really, these angles that he's got to work with. Waldo badly damaged on his armor as well, but I think he is on fire. That incendiary hitting directly on him, trying to out-heal it, but it's not going to be enough. Nico's getting credit for it. Gas cans pick up another as Rumblers fall into 6th place. 5 teams remaining. E-United, potential for a second chicken dinner of the day, 3rd for the weekends. Could be enough to leap Sonics and BBB, who got taken out early in this match. I mean, we talked about the closeness. Look at the points on the left-hand side. Any one of those teams, United, Shoot to Kill, Gas Cans, Synergy, this win could put them if first, if not second place after this match. And so we've got only 6 games remaining after this one. Oh, Colton, let's go. I love the odds.
Kurt's literally down to 1 HP because he actually has to give up to the blue here. Oh no, if SDK lose one here, that could be disastrous for them. They have a real chance of making a stab towards the top of the leaderboard, as we've already said. Looks like Kurt will bleed out, yeah.
I see Shoot to Kill turning their attention just a little bit back down to Synergy, seeing if they'd come down from the mountain yet. They didn't. Luke 12, though, is going to connect onto Colton, finds the knock. Throwables are out, looking to secure not only that flush, but potentially even catching out Lampalot. But Lampalot is not in the area. Is going to go ahead and break away from that position. Excuse me. See if he's actually... It's not Lampalot, it's Lata. Lata. Different L name there for a new player. Pippa. If Pippa hits this, I mean, come on. You'd love to see it. Pippa has just been so exciting to me to watch.
They're sending some warning shots initially down. Actually, we'll find that headshot tag there. Big one here. But what's important is this is kind of enabling Nicaragua and Fisher to head north here, put some more pressure onto SDK, but the response is there. Capitan will fall.
12 right now is a tension split between both teams. See Penta getting taken down by Fisher. The priority right now is Synergy as Luke 12 continuing to trade that back out. Still could be a potential to res a teammate, but as he runs out, tries to find that better angle. You can see it's just nothing but throwables out in that angle. He's got to take a quick breather to heal before he can get to Penta. It's that res coming out, a little bit of help from Alo. He saw there in the X-ray, just narrowly missing that incendiary as the fire is just to the side, but Parag was shoot. We've seen this aggression before from Synergy when they feel like they've got a team pinned down. Goes for that close-range fight, tries to give them no breathing room. Meanwhile, Nikus falls. That's it for Gas Cans. Our top 4 teams looking to be a potential repeat on a chicken dinner. Paragua, though, gets spotted out, hit by an incendiary by Penta.
Yeah, if any response from Alo is looking feasible just yet. Snake is still sending out shots with that Orm. United only 2 kills to write home about, but call it center curse here. They held on to Minas for a long time in the early game. Just had to make sure that they secured their access to late game here, and they absolutely did that. Not too many more points to find, but they can make of the situation now as the utility trading back and forth here. The last members of Synergy. That will actually, I guess, keep United honest for the time being. Pippa and Fisher will be given a little bit of time to recover. Actually, United got to be careful giving up that ridge we just saw. I don't think Synergy really are going to overextend it. Yeah, there was a chance that a little bit of damage coming back through.
I think they lost that chance.
Yeah.
It took just a little bit too long with the shoot to kill fight, and unfortunately, that's kind of put them right here with nowhere else to go. And I think Snakers and Flood have the situation entirely read. Flood should have the angle if Snakers can push them out just a little bit. You see the underhand throwables is going to pull out one. Pippa tries to run from it. Fisher spotted out. Synergy melted down, and now United can pull back out. They've got 2 inside the zone waiting for him, and all pressure can focus now onto shoot to kill. Meanwhile, Rello looking at what Newt's doing. Spots one, gets a knock onto Leda. Just one final member standing. It's Lampalot, though. He's not close by like the rest of his teammates. They know exactly where he is, spotting him in the shack. Alo waiting for that moment. You can see Alo's down to just a little bit on his resources. His helmet is gone. His vest is gone. So he's got to be a little bit careful with how much he's extending himself here. And oh, the arm is out.
Alo landed a banger of a headshot there to force, I guess that was Snakers away from the ridge. STK somehow still 3 alive here. Circle knock. I mean, this is United have an absolute stranglehold on this phase 7 before it's even really going to become a factor. Have to see if the solo from Nootropic can really do any damage onto STK to make things easier. The Snake is already repositioning here. Yeah, this is a United poise. They have a 4-way spread on this circle.
United now as well landed themselves up into first place, but it's not secured just yet. As you can see, I'm going to say that shoot to kill are going to make sure they deny all the points there to United as that chase continues here for ESL Masters. Good win for United, but again, another lower kill game for them with 6. I believe that was very close to what they had for the first match win of the day as well.
I think this is important as well with obviously the teams being so close towards the top that it's not really a big win for United, right? Yes, we're going to see a little bit of a shuffle, but obviously we're looking towards a couple of these big names. It's just lucky that I guess you come away and there's not a massive benefactor of a game like that. Again, it was awkward with that initial shift that pulls it up towards 17 Rock. I think at that point, one team gets access to center. There's another team really that controls most of Minas. Nobody looking to contest that at all. So I guess the low kill counts across the board is kind of a byproduct of that. It's sort of expected.
Yeah, I mean, the highest kill count that we had from a team was Gas Cans with 9, so nobody broke double digits for this game. And, we also saw that earlier fighting for a couple of teams that we don't typically see, especially in a circle that, for all intents and purposes, is considered quite vanilla, quite safe, with lots of area to move in, one of the more common Miramar circles that we oftentimes see. So that said, there was a lot of shifting for the top 5. BBB, Sonics went out very early. We saw E United jump into first place, shoot to kill also had a very good climb for them and ultimately denying E United any more points so that shoot to kill. Yeah. I mean, they're keeping in their eyes that they want to get first. And so that was a very smart play. You hate when you see it. You always want to see, what team versus team at the very end. But that was a smart fight. That was the smart play for shoot to kill there.
We're back to points format where things like that make sense, especially with the leaderboard being this close, right? It's almost SDK. It's unfathomable to think that they come out and win that, right? So you got to take that as part and parcel with the game.
Awesome. Well, guys, we are going to go to a quick break, and when we get back, the desk is going to break that match down, and then we've got one more game to go today. So don't go anywhere. ESL PUBG Masters will return in just a moment.
everybody, and welcome back to the PUBG ESL Masters Grand Final, Day 2, Week 2. My name is Porosaurus. Joining me once again on the desk is Godspeed and Toffees to break down that last game. The first game on Miramar today, which saw an E United victory and them hopping into first place in the overall standings. Godspeed, not a bad game for them.
Not a bad game at all, especially off of a very kind of weird circle ending, right? It was quite open and not a lot to play. It was the unpushables were kind of a thing, and yeah, it was kind of all over the place. But United took advantage of all of it, and they got the dub.
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird circles.
That's just the way PUBG. I mean, that's just. I don't want to say that's PUBG. That's been the finals. It's just been weird circles. Like I don't even understand it. I'd be angry if I was a player, but I love it.
I have heard that anything is possible in this game, so so far that seems to be the case. Well, let's take a look at some highlights. Nope, replays.
Replays.
That's right. We're switching it up. Replay is going to see Tiggleton popping off and getting just too easy under his trigger.
Absolutely, and
that was weird.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know how to follow up. This was also like this is a really weird play because yes, Rusty got two kills there, but why was Rusty so far away from his team? Like I actually had no idea what was going on there. Sonics as well kind of got bombarded by multiple teams there, but yeah, it was. I'm still just trying to figure out what Rusty was doing there.
I guess Gascans was really wondering what he was doing there as well. I mean, there's been quite a few snakes from the blue, Toffees. This time, you can see Waldo actually trying to make his way and make life a little problematic for Gascans.
Would you say good angles or bad angles for Waldo there, Godspeed?
These were not ideal angles at all.
Not ideal. Tough one. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, it's impressive he got to where he was. At the end of the day, it didn't work out. Jump over to United. This is their second win today. They have been absolutely on fire, playing very well. You saw in this section, like SDK kind of pinned down over there, and United just comes out, cleans up the entire final circle, and then just if you watch the minimap as we go to this sort of showdown between STK and E United has everything, like all the real estate. There's no options for anybody.
I actually love that play. He saw what was in front of him, and he saw his only option, and he's like, nope, just went right back in the blue.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, denying points at this stage.
Yeah, no, it's the right play.
United, that, if you're STK and you're trying to make a run for first, that's the play. As you see, 16 points for E United. Could have been a lot worse, though, Toffees. They just, like you said, it was a slow early game because nobody wanted to go anywhere near the unpushables.
It was incredibly quiet. I mean, I think, and nobody blame STK. Like, I haven't noped out of a place that hard since I visited your condo for the first time, and I get them doing it. E United, 16 points is a big one, but I think the real story here is they have been constant. They've been making a good push-up, and I want to give a shout-out to Gascans, Godspeed, because 4 of their 5 games today, they've been in the top 5. They are quietly consistent. We haven't talked a ton about them, but they've been doing a great job.
That's what they tend to do every single event, though, right, Steve? Is they always tend to get points when we're like not looking, or it's just very measured. It's very consistent. Like, yes, sometimes they'll have some flashy games, sometimes they'll have their poor games, as is every other team, but for the most part, they're just quietly consistent, in the back doing their thing. And their macro has always been really good, and I attribute that to Adam. And then, of course, with the addition of Waikiki Mukau, their team fighting is looking to be a little better. And so I just really like that team.
I think it's Diesel and the Gas Can. They're a slow burn team, and it works really well.
That. So,
it takes time. Well, no, I mean, not really, but I mean, it's true though. They take time to get going. They're always in play, but they're a strong team. They're just not flashy. They're not going to make those moves like the Sonics have been, or those big outgoing plays like you see from Big Bang Boom, and I respect it. That said, Poro, it is crazy close there in terms of who's going to take this.
Absolutely. And to kind of touch on your point, the full fact that they're not flashy, I feel like you sign a guy like Waikiki Mukau so you can be flashy, right? So that's maybe why it's been a little bit surprising that we haven't really seen them on screen a whole lot, getting all these kills and getting involved in fights a lot, because we were kind of expecting that from a player like Cal. But as you said, though, right involved in the top there in that logjam, in what is that, 1st to 6, basically 20 points apart. It's nuts.
It's incredibly close, and I think because of that, we may see some teams kind of go for plays that maybe they wouldn't be inclined
They
to do.
should.
Maybe a riskier rotation. Yeah, like I think, again, we've talked about the teams on the right side of the leaderboard. They absolutely need to just change something, right? Because clearly something's not working. But as far as the teams on the left side of the leaderboard, the teams that are very close, I don't imagine we're going to see like crazy play changes. But for some of the ones that may be able to make a decent climb, if they have a very good game, look for like an SDK or Sonics to maybe make an even more aggressive push than they normally would, or try to clear out at the edge of a circle that maybe they would leave for another team or third party, but they just want to take control. So it is possible we see something like that.
I think it's go time, Poro. I mean, at the end of the day, this is about PGC points. I don't want to poo-poo the prize pool. 12.5K is lovely, but the reality is PGC points are going to be huge for these teams. And currently, if you finish in 6th place or 5th place, let's say 5th place, because that sounds like a good finish, that's 65 points, okay? PGC points. If you finish in 1st, it's 200. 2nd is 120. If you finish in 6th, it's 50. So taking risks to go up are just massive PGC point gains, whereas maybe you take a risk and slide 1 or 2 spots. It's not that big of a difference at the end of the day. Your pay is going to be similar. Your PGC points are going to be similar. So you got to take those risks and go for the gusto, because those top 3 positions, 2 positions really, have so much PGC potential.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd almost one up you even more, Steve, and talk about that before even PGC. We've got PNC coming up. Nations Cup, the triumphant return that we've been so excited about. And you're only going to get so many opportunities to be on this big stage and get to make those dynamic solo individual plays to really kind of stand out. Now, we don't know how the selection process is going to go for all that, but regardless of how it is, coming in here, Godspeed, and just popping off and looking like an absolute superstar can't hurt your prospects of getting the Nations Cup.
Okay, so there's a caveat to that. It doesn't hurt at all. However, popping off and stepping up and doing it selfishly, I feel like is something that I don't want to see, right? Like I still don't want it to affect the team synergy just because one player wants to pop off and like potentially go to PNC. That's just my take.
Not fun at all. Not fun at all. Well, we are getting ready to go in the final game of the day, so let's throw it over to your casters, Clover and Hypoc, to wrap us up.
Hey, thank you, Poro on the desk. All right, last game of the day. 5 more to go tomorrow. 6 games. No more time for mess ups. No more time for bad games. The teams that were in the chase were out early. Last game had a lot of shakeups on the leaderboard now. So, Pac, as we go into this last match, I'm not even going to ask you what we're looking for because I know the answer. Instead, I'm just going to ask you how you're doing. How are you feeling at this point with the way that these guys have been playing?
Feeling great. I mean, it's interesting to see a real step change in kind of how some of these teams are playing. I think actually that previous game was a really good example of kind of damage control, right? With the leaderboard being this close, obviously everybody's just fixated on the kill feed. And that's a difficult circle to really make anything happen from. I noted, obviously, when we were talking through it, United's inability to really have a say in putting up a comfortable amount of points there, and call it center curse or whatever. Those are the sorts of games when the leaderboard's like this, you have to make sure you're closing out first. You don't want to overextend. You don't want to potentially, toss away a free victory, especially in a circle where it's not really feasible to say, look, we can farm kill points here. We can categorically say they're relatively risk-free. We can just sit in the mid-game and farm kills. So it's really interesting to see that step change. Whether or not the trend will continue, I don't know, because now I guess you can maybe start removing a couple of teams from this race, right? For me, yes, we've got 5 games tomorrow, but gas cans and above, that's where I'm at. So whether or not we do see a big change from the way these teams approach, I'm fascinated actually, because this is the first real time, I guess, in the Americas region that we've had more than a 3-horse race, right?
Oh my god, I jinxed it. Did I jinx this? Remember, Pac, when I said, wouldn't it be funny if the circle ended on the wall?
Maybe.
I'm sorry, but no, I agree, right? Gas cans and above, 168 points. Yes, Dodge is just a little bit beyond where they are, but when you factor in how well Gas Cans, Synergy, SDK BBB, Sonics, E United, those teams there and the top 6 have been playing, they're going to continue to have these big scoring games. They're going to continue to find placement points in the late game presence. They're going to continue to find chicken dinners in these last 6 games, today's game and the 5 tomorrow. So when we look at who's going to be the overall victor, it's going to be one of these. And you heard the guys on the desk say, those PGC points, the difference from first, 200 points, second, 125, third, I believe, is 90 or 95. You want that first place. You want to secure that start because let's say you go to PCS, don't have a great PCS 6, and you're going to have to rely on ESL Masters, the summer phase 2, as well as PCS 7 to get yourself up to PGC. And so that's where a lot of these teams are. They're playing the long game. I mean, the money is nice. I know, who doesn't want $12,500 that first place, but it's those PGC points. You want to go to that LAN, go to victory, and show what you've got because I mean, PUBG Esports is really finally, I think, healing from, taking a little bit of that break. And now talking about someone who needs to heal, Vegas, not what you want to see.
No,
A little punching
Vegas.
action, didn't have that gun out. And one just picks up that. That's unfortunate. BBG have had a lot of unfortunate plays this weekend.
That's one word to use, yeah. You could say that. Almost the fall from grace, though, with how... I guess positive things looked initially. I mean, like I said, with any new roster, it's consistency, right? It's maintaining the standards that you set yourself. So, dare I say, it's been a little frustrating. Whether or not that's getting overzealous initially with their performance, I don't know. But this is certainly a weird circumstance, right? To lose Vegas in that manner, especially with this circle post, it's unfamiliar territory. You don't know where some of these teams are going to make a mad dash for in circle 1. You don't know what adjustments is going to be to a looting cycle. It's really disheartening to lose somebody like that, man.
Yeah, and especially we haven't had as many northern circles on Miramar as I think we typically do. So when we have these mixed lobbies, a lot of times these first fights are coming in from a LATAM team landing near a North American team, right? So when you factor in the group stages, scrims, what have you, these teams aren't as used to fighting in each other's area, which also means they're not used to rotating near each other or predicting where the other might go. LATAM is historically predictably unpredictable in that they won't always follow the same route. I mean, time and time again, we can look at a team like the Sonics or like Shoot to Kill and say, they'll probably rotate up this way, stop here, and ultimately play here. And time again, that's typically true. So the LATAM teams do bring that awkward variable. Unfortunately, though, for Vegas, landing a little bit far out, we know that him and Honey Badger do like to do that, especially, given how far north that plane was, right? Thinking you've got this area to yourselves, but ultimately not.
Well, I mean, the way I see it, BBG have to take advantage of a circle like this, right? With how far out in terms of the extremity of the map they're dropping, they have to at least make an attempt to find some control, right? And ultimately be in a position to receive some of this early information. Again, talking about it being unfamiliar territory, like you said, maybe this hasn't come up in scrims. Maybe, in terms of these adjustments to the loot path, like I'd said, BBT have to spread in a circle. It's almost more expected than if the circle pops down in Valdemar, right? Because then it's like, okay, safe looting cycle, make sure we got vehicles, we're traveling as 4, let's get out. They are actually going to head a little further north than you probably hope now that they've lost one. I'm hoping it's going to be a complete flip of the script in terms of what their early game plan was, but they are conceding a little bit now with the knowledge of where Young Kings are positioned.
And two, again, we always talk about the circle shifts. I hate that I talk about it, but it is such a bigger factor on Miramar games than it is on Erangel. We're already this far north. We're already in areas that don't oftentimes get played as much. If the circle shifts very hard north, we're going to go Oasis. If the circle shifts down south, we could have water treatment or Cruz Deva. And it's always these different types of play, whereas Erangel, sometimes you get that first circle and you already kind of know, all right, this is going to be in or around Yuzhnaya. Miramar, it's a little bit different because you just see how much space is already cut out, but this can still swing wide either way. And so everybody trying to get as center as they can, because if the circle hard shifts, suddenly a team like 22 Esports could find themselves on the eastern edge of the circle if it shifts hard west. They could find themselves on the western side of the circle if it shifts hard east. And that's why we see those teams really try and send it early. But At least right now, Rumblers not in. Underdogs, Synergy, Just Too Easy, and Trogloditas also not in the zone yet. So 7 minutes in, I mean, that's about what we expect. And you can see just at range a couple key compounds already taken. United getting a little close to Yahoo and trying to see where they ultimately want to put down.
And expect a lot of teams to naturally gravitate south there. Again, a large unplayable factor to consider here. So, I mean, it's almost really a benefit in terms of predictability here if this does either go hard east or hard south, to be quite honest. So, I'm looking towards water treatment. That's kind of the money spot in a circle like this. SDK obviously occupy that pretty early on. Sonic's just down to the south of it. United actually, so just outside, well, I guess scattered on the outskirts of Cruz Divide. And again, yes, space to work with, but access to hardships, that's the concern from a spot like this. Now with a few teams littered and actually on a fairly wide split.
I'm actually impressed at this split because I think Rumblers, or excuse me, United, wow, my brain, there we go. I was just looking at the Rumblers. United, I think, drove by, kind of considered whether or not they wanted to challenge that compound, ultimately did pull back away because, I mean, they've got to think, right? They don't want to have any necessary risks. They're in first place right now. They have had 2 chicken dinners today, but both of them have been low-scoring wins. They've been about 5 or 6 kills apiece each time they won that game. So they're winning with 15, 16 points, and that's what's equating to this being close. 188 points right now is they're in the lead. Sonic's just behind them with 183. So expect for a lot of those teams there in the top to be keeping this one as close as possible. But bing, bang, boom, that aggressiveness that we've seen from them throughout the tournament, not stopping here as Keenan getting a little bit of shots there into Hikerman. On the opposite side of him is Oldlist. So interesting positioning here from Bing Bang Boom. I mean, this is, for me, I think one of the more favorable positions when that phase 2 pops. We'll really get an idea of what is and isn't favorable.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's a wide spread for BBB, and like I said, it's over that unplayable terrain. So at least early game, yeah, happy with this. But again, all I'm looking for here is really its access to water treatment and the terrain to the north. That's what you look for here in Circle 1. You could argue really if nobody else decides to wrap north, which is looking like they might have the benefit of the doubt on that front, but. Yeah, just moving south in this circle, even if it centers, it's so difficult. And the later you leave it, the worse it gets.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of high ground, low ground trenches, line of sights to be really mindful of. I mean, you talk about water treatment, that is definitely one of the better positions to have. Shoot to kill, love to play this. The other area they like to play is that long compound. It's where Dodge is, you can see Mirage's name just barely kind of covering it. That circle is going to shift. It is going to be on Oasis. I mean, there's a number of favorable positions actually here. If anything, I would almost say the unfavorable position starts to become water treatment.
Yeah, that's probably the worst of all the Circle 2s you can see pop here. I mean, you can see just how many teams are cut out there. I said a lot of teams were going to gamble south on this, and really that was the calculated decision to make here. So let's make this Circle 2 transition pretty difficult for about 5 or 6 teams, and my eyes go towards the east. SDK's terrain difficult to really make use of vehicles now, and again it's slow. It's so slow to kind of leapfrog through this and try and find information as you travel.
Yeah, and I mean, again, you talk about the East. We've got a lot of teams that are moving in, and a big idea here is to take that long rotation towards Oasis, and then the high ground that's just to the south of it, which is the Oasis Hill. I always find that that's the most favorable. If the circle does hard shift south, it's a good position to come down from. We've seen teams that have that position oftentimes win, so I find Oasis Hill favorable, and for all the reasons that we talked about, water treatment initially being good to rotate in and out of, when a circle is like this, you're sitting in a bowl. Anybody that's got the high ground has eyes on you, as you can see here in the flyby, and that now makes this unfavorable because of this hard shift. And you see Shoot to Kill, wasted no time leaving that position, making sure that they weren't vulnerable down deep in that bowl. So everybody now thinking about the North, as you said, and all the teams on the East taking those wide rotations coming in. I mean, I'm really got my eyes on Yahoo, Rumblers trying to backfill Troglodytes, who are in Oasis.
Yeah, it is good to see Rumblers actually wrap all the way around on the North. Yahoo might even cross paths. Don't expect too much fighting here. Again, this is sort of wrapping as wide as this. You almost don't want to stop and even really show presence or take contact with any of these teams. Still, lots of teams banking to the south. Again, this unplayable shift is really a true factor here.
And you see a little pressure there from Just Too Easy. Do push Finna away, but they've got to be careful of Nootropic. A couple throwables perfectly thrown to Just Too Easy might find themselves a knock or two, but Nootropic also can't really push that position too hard. They've got too many eyes from other teams in that area, and that's going to kind of stale things out for some of these teams. Gas Cans, though, have entire free range of the entire western side. I mean, everybody... like you said, we talked about the unplayable areas. They're already thinking ahead past that. A couple teams banking on playing from the north. Maybe that this might continue to pull Oasis. We don't often see an Oasis ending, but that doesn't mean that it's not plausible here. At this point, I mean, as you say, it's the north or the east. It's more than likely going to be that late game circle. But Nootropic, you know, it is what it is, right? It can't quite bully Just Too Easy, in part because of Dodge down there to the south of them.
Here's the next circle about to post. It will actually pull back and actually mitigate a lot of that unplayable already. So we're really going to be testing some of these teams to the north, their ability to travel south away now. As lots of points I was talking about, this terrain to the north side, the water treatment becomes absolutely crucial in terms of maintaining numbers towards late game. United actually going to play this one late, coming in from Cruz Divide. They'll have a little bit of space to the south of STK, but elsewhere there's going to be a couple of desperation sends.
And so, I mean, once again, that drive-by on point there for Synergy as they do spin out one member of Underdogs, but Sonic's Shrimzy lighting into them right now, and you can see him trying to evade all the damage that they can, but Shrimzy just not connecting as much as he can, and Synergy actually going to go ahead and take a chance here, placing down at the northern tip there of water treatment. Mime, though, catches Piragua and Pippa. Tries to clean up those kills real quick, make sure they secure those points. Remember, they are in the chase for United, so every kill is going to bring them closer to jumping back up into first place. Meanwhile, Fisher trying to recover, caught out in the open. And you can see Underdogs now going to put down on the south side of water treatment. So given what coverage there is, water treatment is still a factor here, but some of that is still a bit of a risk. I mean, remember, that is a bowl, and people have to be a bit mindful of that position. But right now, high ground up, United shooting in part of that reason when we said that this is going to be a tough spot to get out of.
Yeah, but United, I think this is almost a calculated risk on their part. They almost banked on this happening by playing so late on the east. And actually, Waika's going to open up onto Balefrost here. Just Honey Badger left. Try and salvage something in this game for BBG.
Is Yahoo coming in to third party this? I think they've been reading what's been happening. Yeah. Uh-oh, somebody lost a little bit of control there, but it looks like Yahoo just hoping to clean up what they can. But I'm not quite sure. Honey Badger might have seen it. It's going to pull back away. Poonage, though, spots one. It's a little bit of damage out, but unfortunately turns his back at the worst moment. Young Kings knocked down two. Shinboy Poonage taken out, but Sparking finds the trade. Flux gets knocked. Molotov was out. I'm not sure if he was able to throw it. Throwables are out, though. And Yahoo trying to get those reses. Smoke wall. Back up. Meanwhile, Yaku's does have line of sight on one member, but it's not going to be enough. Young Kings eliminated. First team out for this match. And Honey Badger climbed up to the high ground. Line of sight here, hoping to see if he can knock out Yahoo.
Let's see. I'm not even really sure how easy it's going to be to get these reses off. Sparking playing downhill here. Honey Badger, decent line of sight. We'll actually get the confirm onto Poonage there. Honey Badger just flexing out in every direction right now.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? That's fine. I mean,
I'm
Honey
going down
Badger, obviously,
swinging,
he's
right?
got no more throwables, right? He's only down to smokes. If he had a nade, that would have been perfect to use. But now that the smokes have cleared out from Yahoo, he's trying to see what he can accomplish. The circle, hard shifting back up here. Water treatment out of play. Oasis Hill out of play. And now it is all up to that compound that 22 Esports has and all the hills around it. So for the teams now that need to cross the street, things are going to get a little bit spicy.
But just still keen to clean up the last two members of Yahoo here. Spot a pixel out of place here once sparking peaks, but want to give it away just yet. Wants to allow as much time as possible for Hyruzen to recover here, but Honey Badger might catch a favorable angle. He finds the first, the transition nearly good, but sparking will find the trade with about 25 HP left to
It's
hold
a little
on
bit
to.
of a risk there, right, on Hyruzen almost as well, but a good use of bait. Now the problem for them is resources. You could see just in the minimap, Old List starting to creep up now for BBB, and curious what is going on in that position. I mean, this is a strong place to play from a circle like this. You've got the high ground, you've got the coverage, you've got the entire eastern side to yourself. Shoot to kill in a compound down to the south from this, so Bing Bang Boom would be smart to challenge Yahoo for this position.
Would be, yeah. I mean, it's almost a huge benefit to the entire lobby, really, that there isn't one team in dominant control of the north side of this high ground. Obviously, 22 forced back to the compound. Troglodytes a little further afield, but only 2 remaining, so they're not going to be making power moves over to the north side. But there's lots of space to capitalize on. Rumblers still have to make that awkward cross south from the high ground. And Keenan's still kind of anchoring for BBB. Just sending shots out, a tag here and there will slow things down. Maybe force Rumblers to reconsider which angle of approach.
Once again, though, there's still that fighting that's been going on slow. And I guess in a way low here for water treatment, but also across the way, gas cans, Nootropic, trying to push for the zone. Both of them fighting in a compound that's not yet safe, and you can see it's all down to Leda and Lampalot here for Nootropic, but they've got eyes on members of gas cans, or rather through the smoke, but it's not quite connecting the way they want to see it. You can see right now Greg Shot going in for just a bit of the chase. Poro caused these the unpushable buildings, and that incendiary landed. You can see Leda looking to see if he can secure any type of damage, but unfortunately that nade is going to find that knock, and it's all up to Lamp here as he tries to wait for somebody to come in from the gas cans. Keeping that pressure, might be able to pop off this res if he can keep those incendiaries active.
Another one comes through as gas cans look to try and punish this res. Senpai, no possibility getting back on his feet.
It's phase
Actually,
4,
I think,
the blue's here.
yeah, the blue's too much. It's way too much.
There you go, Lampalot hoping to catch a couple members of the gas cans on as they run for zone. Does find one, tries to secure it. See if he can spot any other members before he bleeds out. 30 HP and falling. No time to heal, but he's been spotted. Adam makes sure to get credit for that kill. Underdogs, meanwhile, also get taken out. Synergy struggling to leave. E United have had the high ground around here. I mean, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. As you've got line of sight down, and all the teams are struggling to leave water treatment. 4 kills right now for E United. And still continuing to maintain this high ground control. Fisher's got nowhere to go. He's going to deny to the blue.
He will, but it's the United doing kind of something similar, really, to the previous game. Yes, they were able to benefit from a little bit of space on the east side. Horizon actually falls to hold us there, but United, like I said, kind of rowing this. It's slow and steady wins the race, right? This is almost this tempered aggression. They do sweep the south side, but SDK forced to do, I guess, what United had to do in the previous game, right? They have to just hold on to what they've got. It's not feasible to go out hunting these extra kill points. Now they're committed to the placement points.
Absolutely, and you know, it might not be the absolute worst thing, as you say, low and slow. They're already at 4 kills with still plenty of the game left to go. Rumblers, meanwhile, did manage to rotate back into a position. They actually kind of overextended more to the west than I anticipated, and were able to capitalize on what was left of that Nootropic and gas cans fight. As we see, gas cans are eliminated, and then to the zone, Sonics give that one up as well, not wanting to get points. So Sonics are out, 186. United still in 193. BBB next closest. and they're a bit further than that. So depending on how these scores go, I don't suspect a huge high-scoring game for any of these teams because of the way everybody is separated along the edge. But speaking of along the edge, Dodge trying to keep themselves alive around E United.
Yeah, how long they're going to be able to maintain. So just getting forced further and further to the west. Actually, just too easy going to have decent sight lines onto this cross. I'm not sure if they are looking. Yeah, actually, you can see Coda Kid now opening up, sending some shots out.
Shoot to kill finally extending from their position as well, and it's an opportunity for them to cut off United along the edge. But Coda Kid and Dodge, if they connect and kind of lock into each other, United might potentially have to focus on SDK and leave Dodge alone if they want to make sure that they've got some safety. But 20 seconds till the blue closes. We'll see where phase 6 shifts to. Finna, meanwhile, let's have a nade out. Is it going to be enough? It looked to go right where they were. Does find that knock. Coda Kid is going to get flushed. Ethan got the knock just before that nade exploded.
United finding more damage, though, and more points. They can clean up anything else on the west side here. They're going to get another favorable shift. They've already done the legwork here. Pretty good access to, I guess, some playable terrain just to the north of them, but SDK now looking to fan out. They've already kind of got themselves ahead of the curve in terms of where United are going to want to play towards. And United might think they have favorable timing on holding SDK coming out of the compound. Alo's got to be careful here.
If they can get a knock onto Alo and keep that pressure onto Pinta, they might be able, as you say, I would take that favorable timing onto this position. Kurt and Luke still not in the circle just yet. 20 seconds till that blue closes. Alo, look at that. I mean, his vest, his helmet, all in the red. So it's not going to take too much. Kickstart Snakers on one side of the shack. You can see the rest of E United down to the other. So they've got a nice little sandwich happening here. The big issue is going to be if they can spot out Kurt and Luke as they come out of that compound. So circle continuing to close in. Now is the blue starting to move. And it looks like Rumblers in the rest of the teams up to the north are all focused on each other. So that's going to give United and Shoot to Kill a little bit more time on this. So that overhead view up to the north, BBB 22 in their compound. Rusty Zera, the last member of Triglyditas, was in a long fight with Rumblers. So Rumblers aren't quite letting go of that. As you can see, Corsac was still outside of the circle, keeping an eye on him.
13 possible points to find in terms of kills here for United, but again, expect, I guess, at least 4 or 5 of those to diminish with this next circle closing with what's going on in the north. As I said, everybody focused on each other over here. Bing Bang Boom still 3 strong, 5 kills on the board for them as well. Again, everybody just in kind of damage control, honestly. At this point, they are committed to trying to ride this through to the end game.
And there's a lot of factors. You've got, Rusty Zera snaking it out for Troglodytos right now. That's been splitting the attention from Rumblers, so they can't quite focus on anything else going on. BBB also having to be a little bit careful. Rusty Zera, as they go ahead and take that push onto 22. Haven gets knocked. It's just up to Vinny. You can see Vinny trying to go ahead and reestablish himself, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. He's going to have to leave Haven and let BBB take that compound, snake this one out. So now we've got 2 solos running free, and you can see there on the left-hand side are kill leaders for the day, or damage leaders as well. Nikus having a good day for himself. The gas cans are out, but look at that. E United, 3 members there. Snakers, Kickstart, and Relo all up there, as well
consistency
as
right there.
It is the consistency. When I talk about the most consistent team throughout this whole tournament, I will hands down say it's been E United.
If they can continue that trend. Alo still unnoted as of yet, and SDK do have a little spread to the north of him as well. United actually all kind of hunkered down together, pretty tightly packed. There's no way.
Oh,
Circle actually gives them an edge here, but Relo's wrapping the shack.
This is crazy. Shoot to Kill obviously now have to fight for that position in the zone. United, though, are going to take a chance here. A trade comes out. Alo gets knocked down, but not before getting 1. Relo helps him out here, and you can see the nades coming out. Luke 12 hoping to find that flush. It's me, Snakers. Get something out. Kickstart pulling back to the shack, seeing if he can spot out Luke 12. Snakers. More throwables back out. Shoot to Kill taking this one slowly. Kurt backing in with Pinta for support but not overextending themselves just yet. Also, United finding Corsac. So Rumblers trying to third party this, but United did send one to apply pressure.
Snake is really down to hold the fort to the north here. We'll find the knock slow things down, but United actually recover on the shack. SDK now spread pretty thin in terms of the edge of this circle. Luke is just inside, but again, don't expect him to show his hand until there's a knock or something feasible for him to push on here. Did Luke spot him? I think he did, yeah.
There you go. You see the push coming up just on the ridgeline. Luke waiting for that moment. There was just a brief second, but he was really patient. And patient at the right moment. He didn't, as you say, show his cards. Kurt, though, with the nade. There you go. 2 members of United knocked back down. Luke 12 peeking to get that secure on the kill. I mean, at this point, every kill point matters. 180 right now for shoot to kill. Sonics are out with 186. Kill should be able to jump up to third place if they can clear out United. But as this fight's been going on, Snaker's pulled back. He's the last one still standing. That allowed Rumblers to backfill as well. It's all in the hands of Snakers here. He's got to deal with shoot to kill and then immediately turn around and focus on the Rumblers.
Snakers actually gets a flush, and that's really important. Corsac with the backstab. United out. STK now with good access in passing Sonics. BBB still 3 strong, though. Corsac immediately diverts attention towards the north.
Rumblers ended yesterday on a win. I'm curious to see if they can take that same energy to this today, but BBB has been a little bit quiet, hasn't had a win yet this weekend. About to say with potential, but not before Los HD can spot out Sharpshot. The trade, though, comes to Vinny, who was spotted by Oldless, so now just 3 teams remaining. BBB might be able to quickly recover as the Rumblers splitting their attention between 2 remaining teams.
Yeah, it's... oh, no. Waldo and Corsac are actually pushing towards Luke. Looks like a little bit of damage traded off there. Waldo going to take a tag, but... Utility definitely going to favor Rumblers at this point. They've had a much slower approach towards endgame. Coming in from the north, but... that Groza could do absolute wonders for Waldo here in this close proximity.
Oh, I do love a Groza in the late game. Absolutely. Then, as you say, when really Waldo setting up 8 kills for Rumblers. Good position right now. Corsac spotting members of shoot to kill. No knock just yet. Meanwhile, Los HD on the opposite side with Sharpshot, right?
Literally solo holding the compound here. Going to find the knock and probably the confirm onto Sharpshot, leaving just 2 members, Keenan and Oldless. And actually, they find the knock onto Penta. This is a 3-way fight right now.
This could be huge for Rumblers right now as they've completely split their attention. Nice nade there from Keenan to steal that point, taking down Penta. It's up to Luke 12 playing solo. BBB completely taken out. Corsac, Los, clean it up. Keenan, Oldless are out. Rumblers now 3 strong versus a solo, but Luke 12, we've seen him take on 3 members before. Let's see if he can get a victory here, or if the Rumblers will clean it out to finish for the 2nd day in a row on a final victory here on Miramar. But there you go, Luke 12. That's 130 bullets left. See if he can get a knock. No, gets down to 29 HP. The damage is connecting, but no final falls here, as now it is raining flashbangs. There you go, easy victory for Rumblers as they clean house. 12 kills and another chicken dinner to show for it.
And I guess depending on how you look at it, the best and worst outcome for some of these teams that are fighting for the top, it's actually Rumblers to close out here with a healthy kill count. And I'll be honest, this is where it gets awkward. Obviously, we close out today and teams just kind of trading out points here at the top. There's been a couple of shuffles here and there with teams going up 1, dropping 2. But coming into the last day, this is neck and neck for the top 6, you could argue. Right?
Yeah,
and
I mean,
five games is still a lot of games to play, Clover.
Absolutely, I agree. The fact that it's still this close is absolutely wild, but that is going to be it for Hypoc and myself. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to have them break it down and round out the day. So guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Hypoc and Clover, for bringing us all those great games here today. But they hit the nail on the head. It is very, very close at the top of that leaderboard now that we have 1 day remaining, Godspeed. But let's not take any credit away from the heroes of the moment, Rumblers, with a big kill win.
Oh man, they did it, and they actually played that endgame incredibly well, having
really
Los up
good.
to the north. I personally thought, I was like, maybe this is a risk. I think BBB might be able to get the knock, and then they're stranded with the 2-man facing off against STK. However, they were able to actually push BBB over, and yeah, that was just very well played. And thank you guys. I really needed something.
I'm glad we were able to be here for you at this time.
I appreciate it.
But let's see some replays from that last game. Toffees, it was a pretty wild early game, or a pretty slow early game rather, and then it set up for a wild finish.
And absolutely, it was slow, but the reality is it's the highlights, so I imagine that we're going to get pretty quickly to the end of this game, because the back end of this match was not only a highlight, it was a masterclass, and I'm looking forward to Godspeed breaking that down. Everything was about positioning in the early game, finding out what was going to work, trying to lock in your spots. Lots of good scouting. I'll give credit to the teams on that one, because when we got to that final 5 or 6 teams, it felt like everybody, with the exception of Where's Alo, was like everyone knew, had good information, except for the location of the Alo. And I think in a minute we'll get to see that. We saw a lot of teams that I thought would kind of finish in better spots or needed to have a good last game, like Synergy, Yoho, Gas Cans, even Sonics, struggling in this sort of mid-game transition. But the teams that went late, they're just like, this is amazing.
And that was just a symptom of the circle as well, Steve. You're right. And it's hard because we saw a lot of teams die on the edge, right? And because of the way the circle centered up, because of the terrain that it was centered up on, kind of similar to the last game where it was just kind of on this weird side of a hill, not many compounds in. In fact, it was really just that last one that BBB were in. So a lot of teams ended up perishing on the edge. But for the teams that did make it into the end game, were able to set up. We saw Rumblers on the west, SDK United on the south and the east, and then you had BBB in the north of that compound. They were able to slow roll that in and basically play a very interesting end game.
Well, it was a hell of a lot of fun to watch, and there you go, 22 points for the Rumblers. As you were talking about, Toffees, it's not just about the top of the leaderboard, it's all about all parts of the leaderboard in terms of PGC points and prize money. But Bing Bang Boom, once again, 14 points. We haven't really seen them a whole lot at the top of the leaderboard here.
They've been on that slow grind. Some of the Gas Cans have been a little quieter today. No big moments, no raw 3 pieces. But at the end of the day, I don't think they're going to be falling that far. I think that what we see here is going to be an interesting comparison. 22 Esports and Rumblers are playing 2 very different games. Rumblers is not winning a lot, but when they're winning, it is great, right? Big wins.
Pretty big, yeah.
22 Esports, they're winning. I mean, Poro pointed out that 22's got like, what, 4 chicken dinners or something so far? And like, they're still on the, like, they're still struggling to keep up.
Hey,
best team in the lobby.
Last year, they would have been the best team in the lobby.
Exactly.
Yep, absolutely.
Let's see where they stand in the overall, though, because like I think that's a really good comparison. You guys said they'd be leading under the old format, and here, 9th place.
9th place, but
gotta get the kills.
That's the thing, isn't it? And plus 70 placement points, and you got 4 wins. It's a little feast or famine there. But E United still holding strong to first place at the end of today. Bing Bang Boom, though, right behind them now. Sonic Shoot to Kill, also very, very close. Synergy, Gas Cans, also very, very. I mean, this is wild. It seems like this is kind of what America's lobbies have come to. Godspeed is that by the time we get to this final day, it feels like there's still everybody's got a shot at something.
Yeah, our region's been actually fairly exciting. Obviously, the events that Sonics won last year were a little lackluster in the excitement department, but as far as just how close our lobbies are getting, or they have gotten in the past, yeah, I mean, it's a pleasure to watch. Obviously, like Dodge and Yahoo could have some really big days tomorrow, and they can easily catch up and potentially take maybe first place. I mean, I doubt United is going to have an awful day, or at the very least not get any points, but for the teams in the top 6, yeah, it's 100% possible for any of those teams to take the win tomorrow.
Well, we have an interview with that first place team, E United, and it is the man that everybody wants to hear from. It is, of course, going to be Flood from E United. So how's it going, man? Good afternoon. Good to see you here. It's definitely a little bit darker in our neck of the woods than it is for you.
Yeah, it's about 2:30 where I am at the moment, so middle of the day.
Not too shabby. All right, Godspeed, take it away.
Not too shabby. All right, Flood, huge fan, great looking dude. Question for you is going to be very simple. It's What is it like playing in the Americas now in our region? And then what has this team been like slotting into so far for you? So 2 questions.
I think
actually.
the Americas has been like a very different playstyle compared to APAC. I think APAC's a lot more scrappy. To be fair, this ESL's been a bit scrappy too, but I think overall, like even just like scrims and like just when the games are really good quality, there's a lot more like thought behind everything, and there's a lot more like rotations that occur rather than just like random gunfights. And as far as like how I'm fitting into the team, I think I'm fitting in pretty well. I think I kind of bring a bit of the Fury playstyle of just that aggro push. Like I just give my teammates confidence. Like you'd be surprised, like my team doesn't really want to push things when I first joined, and now I just tell them, just kill people. Like, why do we need to rotate? Just kill people in front of us. And sometimes it works really well, sometimes it doesn't. We haven't quite figured it out perfectly. Like, I don't think we're super happy with how we're playing at the moment. I think I'd even say massively underperforming. But like, I think that's just like one of those things where I just need to get used to the team and slot in, and that just takes time.
Sure.
Do you feel your lineup is young? It's a vivacious group. Everybody kind of aged up after the beginning of PUBG. Do you feel pressure as sort of a group of young guns in lobbies with maybe elder statesmen or players who've been, fighting at the highest level since the very beginning? I mean, is there a pressure to represent the younger teams in PUBG?
I mean, not really. Like, personally, like, I feel like the younger teams have more fun. I feel like the old teams a bit too serious, Andes. So I just definitely know our team's very chaotic in terms of like we're always like picking on each other, like joking around, having fun. And I feel like the happier you are, usually the better you play. So like it's a pretty good environment. And I don't really think that like there's many teams that like have more experience, because like there's only so much experience you can have. I'd say like obviously like Sonic's definitely up there, and like SDK, but there's not really that many teams in America that just because they're older have like a massive advantage,
Sure.
I want to follow up and ask you, as joining this team, Kick, Snakers, Relo, all very good players, which one has stood out to you as the best player, not counting yourself?
The best player.
Or somebody who's really just made you stop
like,
in your tracks and go, wow.
I think Relo, like, honestly, Relo is like very underappreciated. Like most people like think Snakers and Kick are, like the crazy fraggers, which they are. But Relo does like all the dirty work. Like he does all the dirty work, and he does all the planning, and he's like always thinking about the team. And I think that's what like makes a player good, is like how they slot into a team, not necessarily how many kills they get. So like Relo's definitely.
I'm gonna ask one more, Poro. If you had to name an IGL to take to PNC, would you say Relo is an IGL worthy of leading a nation? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. I think Relo's like really, really thoughtful. Like he's just a team player, Like he's the type of dude to be like, all right, I'll go scout myself. All right, you want the scope? All right, you can have it. He just does everything for the team. So I think I'd put him on my like fantasy NA roster.
Nice,
for sure.
Very nice.
Well, I gotta ask you, okay, now that you're here, you've also brought Waikika Mukau with you. You got Luke 12, you got Tiggleton. Who's the best Aussie in America?
Ooh, I like that.
Well, just because I don't want to get flamed in DMs, I think Tiggleton's the best player and streamer by far. So just shout out to all those Sonics fans. Please don't hate me. But I definitely think each of us Australians, it kind of has like a different like aspect or like thing we bring to each of our teams. So I mean, like it's hard to compare, but I definitely think in terms of like raw mechanics and aim, I'd be lying if I didn't say Tig was the best. I think Luke, me, and Cal are pretty similar in terms of like raw aim. Luke's probably a bit smarter. Cal's probably a bit more aggressive. I'm probably a bit more passive. So it just everyone just brings their own thing. I also think Nikos is like crazy underrated as well. I think everyone likes to talk about the Luke, Tig, Cal, me type combo, but that guy's really good too. He's definitely getting his time in the sun.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Congratulations on being. I guess you all got. Yeah, you're in first place now with 1 day remaining. I guess any shout outs that you want to give before we let you go?
I guess shout out to my team. Like, we've done some really stupid stuff this tournament, and like I'm surprised that we're not mentally boomed. Like, because we're young, we're kids. We like definitely don't like doing bad. We're all very competitive as well. So yeah, shout out to my team. Like, they've been amazing. Like, I've been pretty sick last week, especially day 2 and 3, and they didn't even flame me. Like, everyone was really nice to me, even when I was sick. They're not telling me how bad my stats are or anything. So yeah, I definitely just want to shout out my team. They've been amazing, and also EU United have been amazing. We just signed with them, been nothing but perfect pretty much. So yeah, just shout out to those 2.
Awesome. Well, any of the bad stuff, just blame it on Jake. Nobody would think you were lying. So
that's what I'm doing.
True.
All right, man. Have a great one, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day.
Thanks, guys.
And yeah, there you go. Flood. I think he's being modest, man.
I'm not a young person, but what's going on with young people when he's like, I was really sick, and like no one flamed me. Like what's going on with you get sick, people just treat you like crap?
I guess so, man.
I don't know if that's really a young person thing, because I remember getting flamed by Los quite a bit when I was sick. So yeah, I'll never forget that, Los.
And now you get to sit here and flame him. Wins or wins, I guess.
That's not fun, though. That's not fun. No.
That's not
You
fun.
can't flame him on that last one. He just got to win.
Yeah,
so
they got it
it's
done,
pretty
man.
neat.
Love to see it.
They played very well. And you know what? Earlier you said you believed. I was not as believing, and I was vocal about it. I don't know, that 7-year-old controlling the Marriott apparently came through on that one. Like, they played really well. The end of that game, Godspeed, was incredible. Like,
yeah, they played it very well. I mean, that's what we expect from them, right? Like, that's what I want to see for them. Not every game, because I understand you're not going to have a good game every game. That's just the nature of it. But the amount of inconsistencies they've had over kind of the last year, I would say, it's been a little worrying. But I still know, again, like what talent is on that team and what they're capable of. So I will always believe in that roster, or at least those players.
At least those players. Well, that is going to do it for us today. Before we wrap up, we told you that 2022 was going to be jam-packed with PUBG esports action. While you're watching the ESL PUBG Masters go down, take some notes, because your next chance of showing off your skills is right now. Registration is open for the PCS Americas Open Qualifiers. Round 1 starts on March 9th, and registration closes on the 7th. So make sure you sign up now. More details can be found at na.pubgesports.com. So make sure you go do that. Get ready to get into PCS 6. But we've got 1 day left for the ESL Masters Americas, and that is going to be happening tomorrow. So make sure you come here to see how this thing all shapes out. But for me, for Godspeed, for Toffees, for Hypog, for Clover, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.